Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, December the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. There's a good one. The pilot of the airways. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen? Excellent. So I mentioned I'm short this BTI. This is very personal. Hate the tobacco company. But look at this though, sinking on a $31.5 billion impairment. With a write down tied to its US brands. So anyway, that's the news on BTI. And I took that short at 28.72. Man, what else is happening? So Milagro, MLGO, MLGO. I know it's not Milagro. People, why is he calling it Milagro? Anyway, Micro Algo. 98% up, 98% up, 2.7 million in the float, 8.7 traded already. Announced plans to establish a practice base featuring graduate students for the university. Okay, it's China stock. MLGO, huge move. Could come into some resistance around the 5 level. Somebody in YouTube, just let me know, please, if you can hear me also. DVSA. Thank you, Pepe. ZVSA, so now this is moved back down from 460 down to $3. Did a reverse split yesterday, a 1 for 35 reverse split yesterday. Interestingly, we don't have float information. I've already contacted somebody about this. We had float information on it yesterday. I recall looking at it. I think the float was around 36 million. And I said with that 1 for 35, that'll bring it down to 1. Float information typically does not get updated. We'll call it the 15th and 30th every month, but that doesn't mean it should disappear for us, right, Chris? So that's DVSA. I guess they actually had some news too. They tried to pump out a little bit of news the day after their, right, Chris? Does that make sense? PHVS. So they've got a couple of pieces of news today. So success in their mid stage. It's a drug company, phase 2, but they're also doing a financing, and I think it's at $24. So this is $24, 11. So they're raising quite a bit of money actually, 11 million shares, $24 a share. So right now, I mean, it's way above the financing price, way above it. ASAN, getting thumped down on earnings. Thumped down on earnings. And right now, sitting just below the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. 1983, so right below 1996 is the VWAP. 1998 is the 200-day moving average. You can see the blue line on my chart right there. Box is another earnings play. BOX is another earnings play. Just getting thumped, another one down 12%. Not a ton of volume yet, but down on earnings. INMD. This was gapping down because so they're issuing a profit warning. So I don't know when they have earnings, but they're basically saying that when we do, not going to be great. So this is INMD. This is shortable for me too. 0.1 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Next low looking left is around 1947. That is for the INMD. FLNC, FLNC, FLNC. Other one that's gapping down right into the 200-day moving average, 22.27 is the 200-day. The stock's at 22.50 right now. Trading lower. They're doing a financing. So they're doing a financing, a secondary. S. Sentinel. Nice earnings release for this company. S up 17%. That's a massive move for 227 million in the float. Man, that's a big move for this company. Man, can you cent 44,000 or so? AT&T. No, not AT&T, but AT. China stock. It was up. Has it come down? All right. So this got up to 1717, back down to 1660, still up 4%. Don't know what's happening here. They're doing a financing also. 151 million dollars they're raising. See if they have a price. 15.80 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Okay, thank you, Casa. So it's the same as what I said. Basically, basically saying, you know what? When we release earnings, whenever that date is, don't look for a positive result. So they released on the second, really? On the second, they released on November 2nd. Well, whatever it is, this is what I'm seeing right now. Israeli medtech company issues a profit warning. Then we've got Sera, SERA. This was popping up just as I was opening the room. SERA, big move up here. 11.8 million in the float. Announces primary endpoint criteria met. Okay, so this is a bio. SERA, 79%. This could be the crazy one today, guys. See, the next high looking left is $4. Let me check on a monthly chart now. Hmm. Yeah, you can see on a monthly chart, if this can get through the four level, and the next high is up here around 6. All right, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. Zero moving here, guys. SARA really moving now at 4 level. All right, I have to look at this one, Builders, BLDR. They have an upgrade. So what I'm looking for, I want to see their upgrade price. I want to see where their price is right now. Okay, so B. Riley has upgraded them. They had an initial price target of 128 for BLDR, and now they're upgrading it to, little drum roll, 177. 177, so $30 above the current price. Okay. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but and they also have an upgrade. B. Riley has an upgrade for KMT. Let's see where this one is. Okay, so they've got an upgrade. They had a previous target of 70. Now they're upgrading. Now they're raising it to 75. That is KMT. So they've got a couple of upgrades, and the prices that they're upgrading it to still well above the current price. Yeah, Shake Shack. Let's take a look at Shake Shack. Okay, Shake Shack. I don't see a price target, but I see strong buy. Oh, I do see a price target for a Shack. Sierra guy, Sierra. So Raymond James has got a strong buy on Shake Shack with a price target of 78. All right, let me take a look at some of the downgrades. Not as many downgrades this morning. I do see a Sand downgraded. And speaking of ASAN, it's just making another new low in the pre-market. Continuing to make new lows, ASAN. You know who's been disappointing is Wedbush. I don't know, a few months ago, Wedbush would come up with some of these price targets, and they were gold for a while. Just really haven't seen that. So let's take a look at Shopify. They don't have a price target for it, but they've downgraded it. Shopify. PayPal. Let's take a look at PayPal. A downgrade for PayPal from Bank of America down to 66. Be what it is now. Yeah, so it's below that price. Look at this. What a nice little bounce. Sierra. Boy, this is getting really, this could be the one, as I said earlier. Now, I think it's breaking out through those monthly highs that I saw. And I think the next monthly high was in the sixth level. Look at this thing go. Yeah, this looks like the one. You know what? It's a low float, 11.8 million, but it's not crazy low, not like the sub 1 million ones that we've seen. So this is a pretty big move. Look at this thing go, guys. Not in it. What I was hoping for is that it would, get up to that 420 level and maybe pause for a bit, let the market open, maybe even drop down to 4 and then pile through 420, but it's not happening yet anyway. Why? Again, let's take a look at that monthly chart. So you can see right there, that is the high, 425 right there on that month, and then after that, the next high is, almost $6. Okay, guys, we're in for a positive open. So let's take a look at some of the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar, going to click on new docked channel bar, scroll down until I see show more. Don't like that, Chris, at all. You're my sounding board. Click on the sector status. Aha, look at this. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. 100% in red. What does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So while the market is moving higher, energy is moving lower. I mean, the overall market's moving higher. You can just see all the other major sectors at least over 50% and higher. Okay. So, but energy weak. I think I read that the your country, as in the US, is pumping out lots and lots of oil. So keeping those energy prices down. Anyway, let me take a look now. Well, with XLE doing what it's doing, I guess is that look at syrup. Good Lord. Sorry. Unbelievable. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. So look at XLE yesterday, guys. So there's that the blue line. If you can see it on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average, and it had this flirting with it for many, many days. Okay, but yesterday it broke down below it, and look what's happening now. So XLE is definitely below the 200-day moving average now. And the other one that was underneath was XLP, consumer staple. Look at Syrah. XLP was underneath the 200-day moving average also. Come on. Uh-oh. Hmm. I am frozen. I am frozen, guys. Well, luckily it happened just before the markets opened. I don't think I can get out of this. Nothing's cookable. Okay, okay, Chris, do a Jira. Yeah, I'm frozen, guys. Okay, not a big deal. I just have to now do the end task. It doesn't happen very often. It happened to me maybe 2 or 3 months ago. All I did was, I'll do it again, put in XLP. So there it is. Yeah, I was just trying to see where XLP was compared to the 200-day moving average. Okay, not a big deal. It doesn't happen very often, at least not to me. Now, the only thing I've got to do is I have some thumbnail charts, which of course weren't saved. So, Sierra, wow, 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 wow. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to remember what thumbnail charts I had. Sierra, of course, ASAN, ASAN. I had Sentinel also. Yes. BTI, of course. Wow. Well, not ever predicted this. I would have thought it might stall a little longer at 420, not even close. So, I mean, this is now getting close to the well, okay, let's play the what if game here. What if it takes out this 6, which is right here at 590, 597, getting awfully close. Took that out. Then your next high is 771. Not wait a minute, it is shortable for me. Yeah, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. 155,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it right now or ever. It's just I'm just intrigued that there are shorts available. Hmm. A lot of volume, 8 million shares, 11.8 in the float. Really? Well, it's too bad. Market in rip mode here, guys. We've got almost 1 hour straight up. Hey, Sarah. Sentinel is starting to fade a bit here, guys. S is starting to fade a bit. Is an earnings play. Before that's a big percentage move with that float, quarter of a billion in the float to move up 15%. And at one point it was higher than that. Palantir. I haven't seen Palantir today. Well, that is a trade of the week, but I don't think it triggered. So before people jump all over Steve, it did not trigger. So it is basically a non-event. This is gonna be some short of Ed and Sierra. I just, I'm just terrible trying to pick a top here. So announces primary endpoint criteria met in pivotal prime study interim look. Enrollment to stop due to success. Okay. Trying to see what stage this is at. Yeah, it's got 143,000 shares, William. Question was, does Interactive Brokers have shares to short for Sierra? And yeah, 100 and lots, 143,000. Now this got right into that monthly high. 597 was that monthly high, and it got to 583. So within 14 cents of that monthly high. I mean, in retrospect, sure. Why didn't I short it? In retrospect, sure. What he was talking about, I think it was PJ talking about Robin Hood this morning. Hood had a great day yesterday. Basically held the gains. It did not really sell off much. It's had a great, actually, well, starting 2 weeks ago. Come on. ASAN moving down. ETI moving down for me. I'm not in. I almost took the ASAN in pre-market, but I did not. Why would I do it? Because it's down over 10%. So if I wanted to really short this one, now the uptick rule could be in effect. One of the reasons why I took the BTI in the pre-market, uptick rule not in effect. So ASAN could have some support, around the 19, between 1870 and 19, could have some support around there. A little bit about this company because I remember Michael Noss was all over this. I think a couple of years ago, saying that the CEO was buying a lot of his own stock, but boy, you really, and I think he bought more and had earnings. And look at this, though. Uno minuto. Okay, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for the market open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Obviously, I took a pre-market trade with BTI, but that's bit of an exception, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I know I'm going to miss something that runs immediately, but I'm always prepared to deal with that. It doesn't bug me. Going to really pay attention to my abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. The combo scan, see what sort of alerts we get from it today. 3 out of the 4, yes. Well, even late, even though it had a tremendous drop, but all 4 of them would have worked. And we're now open, guys. Let me get rid of this. The EYPT. Now that one is one that I was looking to short yesterday, and I got out of it basically. I think I made a little bit, and then it just after I got out of it. Well, it wasn't right after. Then it did this. Anyway, it is popping up just a little bit now, and there's okay. You're seeing SERA here. Now this is a market high. Okay, market high. Obviously, the pre-market high is way up here. And Sentinel is really starting to fade here, guys. S is starting to fade, showing up on my option scanner, but it's a little too early for me. And there's the ASAN now showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat. Wow. There was an area that may hold it for a bit anyway. The low looking left. The low looking left is 1873. So look what happened. It popped back up a little bit. Mm. All right, guys. Took myself out of the BTI. I want to look at it again when the market opens, see if it gets back into the 60s. Basically flat. Palantir, guys. Palantir showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, 1730. Oh, and it's got room. Look at this, 1720. Well, 1721 is the next low looking left. Takes that out. Let's stick an alert around 1710. So interestingly, we're getting a bunch on the 10. Well, we have three already in the 10-day daily breakdown, even though the market is ripping higher here. Look at the BTI. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, back in it. Back in the BTI, guys. On the short side. I was able to get it it wasn't too hard either, even though the uptick rule's in effect. Okay, so there's the Palantir. So again, that's why I don't like taking these early. Look what happened. It got down to 17, popped up. Not a huge pop, but rather wait. BCRX is also showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Syrah up. Okay, showing up on the at 545. Hmm. This is what I'm talking about, guys. I'm going to go over all this in usually around 10:30 Eastern. Okay, my 10-day daily breakdown and breakouts. So how's the alt doing? ALT 611 on the alert. Die tobacco, die. Well, the uptick rule is if a stock is down 10%, okay? It doesn't tell you no, the platform doesn't tell you that. It's just sort of a known It's just known that if a stock is down over 10%, the uptick rule is in effect. Now, it doesn't mean you can't get the fill quickly. Okay. So it's just, any stock that's down 10%, the uptick rule is in effect. I don't even see that. I don't even know where I would look. I just know. Right side of the ticker name. Don't see it. Like where? In the order entry? I don't see it. Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I just know. I mean, well, in the uptick world, first of all, is not, what am I saying? The uptick world is not even in effect here. I thought it was down more than 10%. So that's why I was able to get it. Now, if the stock was down 10% also the day before, the uptick rule is still in effect. Look, okay, now the SPY putting in a pretty mighty red bar now, maybe wiping all this out. Guys, the one from yesterday, GTLB, I do have this thumbnailed. GTLB is having a nice move here. Earnings play yesterday. The high yesterday was 61.37. This was the crazy one. That's right, the real crazy one. In that it was up a lot in the pre-market and market open. It just looked like it was collapsing and then it recovered in a big way. Okay, guys, enough of the BTI. Made a little bit on the second time, but I'm gonna leave it alone. I was looking for a huge collapse. There's S now, guys. S is so it recovered. It moved down, and now it's in. I don't want to call it recovery mode. It's not like it didn't tank or anything, but 45 minutes, almost an hour straight down. But now this candle is elevating it, and this is an earnings play. S is an earnings play. Pepe, I know you're there lurking. I'm just waiting for the first one. Yeah, we'll get one. We'll get one. KMDA, guys, this was active yesterday, as I recall. KMDA. Oh my, no, this a little bit of activity yesterday, but look at this today. KMDA. It popped up to $8 in the pre-market, pulled back. It's still up 22%. Israeli stock, not a low float, 30 million, not a high, but all right, Pepe. I'm waiting for it to get back to the trigger price, 633, if it does. Will it do it? Let me look, let's take a look left on the monthly chart. Where could it run to? Oh man, it's got a ton of room, obviously, $12. Nobody's saying it's getting up here, but doesn't look like there's much chart resistance for ALT. Well, look at KMDA, guys. KMDA. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, and Pepe and I are talking about. So this is the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout scans combined, and you don't get too many here. So if you see right there, there it is in the option activity, and you also see it here in the 10-day daily breakout. So when we see the same stock in these two different scans, it'll appear here, and want to pay a lot of attention to it. The problem with it right now, the alert was at 6:33, so I would not I would wait to see if it gets close to that again. So the alert on the 10-day daily breakout was at 6:11. So it's kind of it's hanging in that area. If you ask nicely, it is available. Yes, I give it to you. You don't get too many. Very good, very good. A lot of pleases. You don't get too many alerts. Okay. Guess I thought about holding that BTI all day, but so this could be one of those that maybe triggers later on in the day. I don't know. Sort of might be. I doubt if it's following the market that much. Yeah, that's a big pop, boy. That's a big pop. 1707 up to 1770. Sentinel after the initial drop. Sentinel guy, this is, and there's the hood. There's the hood now over 11. Let's take a look left. We're going to keep moving until it hits a new high or that next high looking left. Um, Looks like 1101, so it's right there. 1102. So 1137, 1137. Okay, is the next high looking left for hood? Okay, guys, GTLB. I had an alert set for it for some reason. That's a high of yesterday. Okay, GTLB, the high of yesterday. It's at it. High yesterday was 61.27, so it's right at that high of yesterday. Big day yesterday, of course. It was an earnings play. All right, Syrah, SERA. Yeah, it is intriguing. Okay, guys, give me some insight. Since Branson has given up on space, why is there still interest? It's always interest in stocks by somebody out there, bottom fishing perhaps. I don't know. No idea. Let's see what's happening with space. Well, I don't call it, I mean, I don't think there's much interest. I mean, if you're talking about this move up here, there's always people out there though that are going to look at something like this and say, let's take a flyer at it. You're talking about Syrah? Yeah, I mean, well, is it tradable? You mean, but it's got to settle down, obviously, to a certain extent. But I mean, the floats are indicative of a low float. Not easy, especially the fact that it's shortable. Sentinel, guys, Sentinel. It's moving a little bit higher here. Actually, this is an AI alert too. Ah, didn't see it. I didn't see it, Pepe. Let's see what is that now. Still at the same price. 23.57 on the combo. All right. Well, let's put our money where our mouth is. Mouth is our Pepe. I'm in the S. Again, why? There's the alert 23.57. I didn't get it at 23.57. Now, coming into a whole number, which, kind of gets me a little bit nervous. So I've just, oh, good. I just took some off at 88. Just wait, just give me a moment here, Peter. I'm watching S to see if it takes out that 24. This is the next high looking left on a daily chart. So it's around, still has a little bit of room, 24, 26. So Momo, so it's on my homepage. Okay. Now I don't know. There may be a small difference. I really don't know. I can't remember when I put it in my homepage, but you can load it from my homepage. And I'll tell you what we can do. Once you load it, click on the summary. Give me a moment. So play is in here now. Let's take a look at play. Have to give me a moment, okay? Just trying to see if I want to take this play. Now, that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, it's right there. Right around 46.77, I think. Yeah, so I'd probably wait for that. Wow, it's looking like it's going to take it out, maybe. Okay, so who asked that question? Peter. Okay, Peter, if you click on my homepage link, scroll, you'll be up here, scroll down until you see my scans, and then here it is. Open it up, okay, get it up and running. Once you do that, we'll see if there's any difference, okay? You'll just have to right click configure, and these are the values I'm using right now. I can't remember what they were when I put it in. Understand, I create these quite a while ago, and it's possible I made a change. Okay. So once you get it up and running, click on the summary and then we'll compare, okay? All right, I'm all out of the S, guys. I just have this feeling it may not get through the close. I got close to breaking 24, but not quite. Shoot, I know I know you're in the play, Pepe. I just didn't. I was tied up doing something else. I'm not in S, Sandy. I'm not in S. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm in S. I was thinking the other one. Um, entry was 2364. 2364. You had the alert at 2357 right there. I don't know if we can trade this one. I don't see it showing up in Interactive Brokers. Is well, maybe BFB, Brown Foreman B class. Is it showing up on the scan? Not losing sight of the alt guys. 633 is my area of interest to see if it gets up there. If it gets up there, again, this is showing up on this scan here. Okay, 633. But the minute it triggered, had the alert, dropped down. So I'm going to watch to see if it retakes that 633 later on. I mentioned GTLB, and this I didn't take it. Understand, I cannot. I talk about a lot of stocks. I'm obviously not in every single one of them, but the taking out the hive yesterday, 61.27, that was pretty critical, and that's what it did. And it's on the move here, GTLB. PHVS, I know I saw this one in the pre-market. They did a financing at $24. So it's still pretty still well above the financing price. They also had, this is a bio, also had some news regarding their drug, phase two. Obviously, the market liked it and is sort of not caring that much about the financing. That is PHVS. Wow. What do I think about AAIO? I know it did it drop yesterday. Did it do a financing? I can't remember if it did a financing yesterday or is it AAOI? I think it's OI, isn't it? Yeah, it's AAOI. Yeah. Um, yeah, well, it's having a great move. Not much more I can say. Having a great move. I'm obviously I'm not going to say, yeah, you should buy it now or any news. I don't see any news on it. Yeah, a lot of volume coming in. No question. A lot of volume just coming in. Definitely looking nice on a weekly chart, breaking out. Take a look at a monthly chart. Well, looking good on a monthly chart, even definitely breaking out. But I mean, to buy it right now, you're chasing it. Good morning, Ronnie. Hmm. All right, guys. Hood had a little bit of a pullback, but right back up again. Again, this has room to. Let me just finish pouring my coffee here and check that chart again for Hood. You don't know much about trading, okay? Well, you're in a very active trading room. But what I can do is this. Let me first of all, let me get Hood up and running or on a chart. Want to see again where that next high is. 1137. Okay, 1137 is the next high in the weekly chart. So what I would do is this. I would do this, Ronnie. Before you take the product at all, the product meaning Trade Ideas, which is a scanner. You're going to have to spend some time on understanding, a few things about candlesticks, chart reading, and things like that. Okay. So I put a link in my homepage. If you click on it, it'll be at the top here. And you see this Trading 101. This is a free series of videos that one of our traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, he put this together. Okay. And it's designed for people who know nothing about trading. Starts off as basic as you can get. First stop, the first video is what is a stock? Okay. It's that basic. It gets more complex as you move on. But I would start there before you do anything else. There's no point in taking our program, because you won't know what you're seeing. Okay, so I would start there and it's free. You can spend time in the trading room, of course. This room is free like this, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. We've got a lot of great traders in the room. You can ask me questions and all, but this is where I would start. You have to have some basis of understanding what charts are all about, how to read charts. Okay. Money management. There's no shortcut. There's really no shortcut. Okay. I agree. Hood, hood, hood. And again, getting closer to that 1137. 1137 is the next high. Looking left. There was a lot to trading. Yeah, there's a lot to trading. Oh, okay. Glad to hear that, Peter. I'm not in it anymore, but S is now did break out over 24. Not in it anymore. Oh, I missed this one. Okay, keep an eye on this. This is crazy one from yesterday. The Chanson. I know it's probably Chanson, but I'd rather do a little French pronunciation. CHSN, low float, 3.39 million in the float. China stock had the huge day yesterday, has taken out yesterday's high. Again, if you're going to take this one, you got to be awfully careful with that float. Okay, now play is back up. You know what? I better up this. Give me a moment. I know I'm talking to myself. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the other Campbell Soup. Campbell Soup, CPB is an earnings play. Campbell Soup, CPB is an earnings play. Market is drifting now. So not drifting, wiped out in that 15-minute candle, basically wiped out that 4 hours. Okay, now here's the alt, Pepe. I feel I missed it. This is a very whippy one also, so okay, I have to look at S again, okay? This is an earnings play. I have to now that it's over 24, I may get back in it, but, I have to check to see where could it stall. So on the monthly chart, next high is, 24.20, yeah, so I don't know. That may be it for a while anyway. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a couple of minutes, I'll be right back, okay? Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm now back. Yes. Whoa, Syrah, Syrah. What could have been, what could have been. That what a look at Sentinel. Look what it did. Just I went downstairs for about well, how long? A minute? Look at Sentinel now. Yes. I said this yesterday, guys. It can be very bewildering when you look at all the different alerts and not just, I mean, everybody probably has a lot of alert windows and top list windows. I probably have one or two more than I should. And it can get, a little overwhelming over the course of the day. My advice, if you just look at these ones that come in here and concentrate on them all day long, that will probably help a lot. Oh, look at Syrah. Wow. Well, I was not in a trade. Okay, I was not in a trade anymore, so that's why I wouldn't have wandered away if I had to if I'd still been in a trade, but well, you can see what the issue with the, play could have been anyway. 46.77 was the next high looking left, so consequently, we would have had to wait for that to really break out. Now, I guess it did a little bit. So that could have been a quick trade. 46.60, you know, let's say you could have got around 46.70. They got up to 47.28, go back. Yeah, it's right here. Still have to, understand how to trade, but I mean, this is it. And it doesn't mean that when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade, okay? But what it will do, it'll get you to focus on very few stocks over the course of the day. Well, this is really the window, okay? This is just this is it right there, okay? It's just a combination. Okay, so that link right there is the combination. This scan. So it takes the abnormal option activity, and it takes the 10-day daily breakout. If two stocks show up, if a stock shows up in both the breakout or breakdown and in the abnormal option, we'll see it here. I used to say, just keep an eye if a stock shows up in the breakout or the breakdown and in the option activity, okay? And I used to say just keep an eye but now you don't have to because this will automatically tell you if it does, okay? The wolf, el lobo. Buenos dias. Guys, in about 15 minutes, I'll be going over all the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am sharing, okay? How to take out a subscription, where our user guide is, things like that, okay? Well, the AI is pretty active today, a lot more active than it normally is. 3 stop hits, but some of the other ones have worked out okay. Ooh, that's what's happening. There we go. Okay, so INMD, shoot, I should have, INMD, still negative, okay? It is still negative, but coming back. It's some news in the pre-market that caused it to go down, but it is rebounding now. NIO had earnings yesterday, guys. NIO had earnings yesterday. So it's above yesterday's high now, NIO. My guess is that Take a look at China, though. What is China overall doing? KWEB. And China overall is doing well. So sure, most of the China stocks are probably going to be doing well. I'm somewhat sick about not being in SERA. However, we all know there will be another one tomorrow. 259%. Just unbelievable. Oh well, I'm surprised it hasn't been halted at some point. Obviously, the it has not kicked in. The volatility alert has not kicked in. I think it's going to get halted right here, right here, right here. Nope. The reason I said that, I was watching my time and sales, and it was at 860, 861 for a bit. And typically, when it's a tight spread like that on a stock like this, wow. This is time and sales, Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Wow. I can't believe it's not been halted once. It hasn't, right? Hasn't been halted once. Looks like now it's nope, still not halt for AS or Sarah. William, we needed you to do an in-depth analysis of that news on Sarah this morning. Not that it would have mattered, but I'm trying to see. I mean, announced overseeing its hire. If the company announced they achieved their primary endpoint criteria. That's right. I couldn't exactly. I couldn't tell what stage it was at. I guess maybe the key was the fact that they stopped the enrollment. They felt they didn't need any more. They didn't need to test anymore. And this will never show up in that combo. Why? Well, it doesn't trade options. It's not optionable. Zero options, not optionable. Well, you'd think it I mean, this is what I look at. I look when I see the bid ask like this on a stock that is that active, it's hard to believe it could be a penny. See, like, I mean, at a it's hard to believe this could be at a penny. Okay, gotta move on. Gotta move on. INMD. So INMD, mentioned this one earlier, is trying to come back, still down 7%, but it's trying to come back. Even this, I mean, I just completely disregarded this. Again, this came from that scan. BF.B. I completely disregarded. I thought it was kind of a weird one. Uh, Opportunity to short it at 53.85. It got down to 53.19. I'm sure Pepe, you did that. But the deal really with these is follow them all day. I mean, they could set up in different ways all day long as a watch list, just as a watch list. You're not going to get too many alerts. So if you're kind of new to all this, instead of flitting around from stock to stock to stock to stock, you can just follow a few stocks because this could set up later on for a bounce. I mean, or maybe set up. Maybe you didn't get it at 53.85. Maybe it rests for a while and has another leg down. Things like that. So, is there any way to have a window pop up from close? When you say close, are you talking about Xing it out, like X, like closed and in as in X, or minimized? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it should. If you minimize your window, and as long as you now this understand, you don't want to do this with an active window. Okay. I haven't done this for so long. Pepe's probably going to have to help me. Where is it? It's in properties. Man, it's like my price alerts window. Okay, my price alerts window is minimized. All right, my price alerts window is minimized. Okay, and when I get an alert, it pops up, and I can't remember. I know Pepe is going to hop in and tell me immediately. It was somewhere in the summaries. There's a box to check. You see, that says literally for you to do that, for yours to do that. It doesn't pop up? Your price alert window does not pop up? Okay. Let me look at my price alerts window then, okay? See if I can find, I haven't changed anything in, well, years. Okay, I must have. Okay, what is making this pop up when I minimize it? There's this some actions. The actions? No. I honestly don't remember doing anything with this. I just minimize it and it's always popped up every time I have an alert. You know, it's funny, I could give you this one. The problem is that it'll overwrite all your price alerts. But then you can see, I just don't know what is causing it to pop up if I've actually done something to make it pop up when I minimize it. I didn't see any of the Fed guys that were scheduled to talk today. Well, understand though, you're going to get a ton of these. You're going to get every single one of my alerts. Okay, but if you don't mind, okay, then I'll give it to you. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything you really have to do, is there, Pepe? You just minimize this. I don't think I but you know what I'm talking about. In an alert window, and there was a way in which you could have the thing pop up when you had it minimized. I thought it was somewhere in here. And the problem with that, and the only reason I even knew about that is that if you have an active window and it takes over your if you try for instance, I was doing something in I mean it's many years ago, and I was doing something in word processing and I couldn't do anything because of that feature here, where if you have it pop up and it keeps it basically took over my pointer and my keyboard, which was very annoying. It's okay, you know, if you have an alert window that only triggers one, you know, a few times a day. Oh, there's the FIO. I know that Shady was talking about FIO earlier, PHIO. I just can't remember. I'm sorry. I just cannot remember what that setting. It's a box you check if you want the alert window to pop up. Most of us don't use it because you know the alert windows are fairly active, and you would not want to do it on an active window. I'll tell you that right now. Meanwhile, come on, PJ, say it. Look at Hood though. I mean, now it's coming into that next high. Excuse me. It looks like it's around 1151, that red line on my chart. Didn't see FIO in the pre-market. Actually, it had dropped. Didn't see it at all, really. Been very choppy though, but now I don't know. Maybe it's got some room looking left. The next high looking left is looks like it's around 183, so it's kind of close. But if it can get through that 183, man, 323 is the next high, and the 200-day is up here. So there is room. There is room. But for me, it's just a little too choppy. All right, guys. Well, it is now time, 10:32. So I'm going to go over. All right. One moment. Oops, wrong link. Wrong link, guys. Just a minute. Just gotta find my homepage link. I am talking about that. Yes, I thought yeah, under actions. Whoops. I thought I went to actions and I didn't see it. Properties, actions. Oh, that's because so yeah, it is there. I thought I went there. Well, I did go there. So there it is. Yeah, show alert window. Thank you. So who asked the question before so Kevin, but remember, if you check this show alert window, okay, if you do check that, remember if it's an active alert window, it'll drive you nuts. Okay. But yes, you can minimize. Thank you again, Pepe. I brought right to the screen, and for some reason I didn't see that show alert window. So again, if you right click on the alert window that you want to minimize, right click on it and go to properties, actions, and then check that show alert window, say okay, and then you minimize it. Then every time there's an alert, it'll pop up on your screen. But again, understand that it'll be annoying if it's an active window. Okay. And it'll take over your mouse if you're trying to do something outside of Trade Ideas. At least it used to. Okay, my homepage. So put the link in. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only. Okay, Barry 15. If you do want, excuse me, an annual subscription, I can get you a better code at 25%. You just have to let me know. If you do decide you want to take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay, take you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Now, as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. The reason being, this is a free room. We want to keep it free. The way we keep it free is by people using my code. Company then knows can see that the marketing is working. Okay, so just use my code if and when you decide you want to take out a subscription. It will really, really help the room. Mentioned this one before. If you're new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher or maybe even a different take, Trading 101, this is all free. Series of videos. Michael Noss put this together. Series of videos that right from the beginning. What is a stock? And of course, they get more complicated as you progress through the course. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. Trade of the week, this is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not trigger. When you get the email, you'll see what the suggested price is. It never got there. The trade of the week was actually Palantir, PLTR, but it never triggered. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just a non-trade of the week. Looks like Syrah is going to take out 10. Here's the education section right here. User guide. We have a great user guide. Now, as always, I know I say the same thing every day, but we have new people every day. Don't get overwhelmed by the user guide. You do not have to learn everything, all right? The getting started is the first thing you should do. Then I would really take a look in a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You might want to take a look at stock racing and price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. There are lots of other things here, but you don't have to learn everything there is to know about trade ideas, okay? It's just like any other software program with a manual. You don't have to learn everything about, you buy a software program, you don't have to learn everything that's in that manual. Same thing with trade ideas. Is that getting started again? Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and it works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the week. We have five different traders. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I will confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I do take my break, so you can head over and listen to Jamie. Jamie is a he's a scalper. He does other things too, but he's a scalper, and he's pretty crypto. He's pretty crypto knowledgeable. So it's always interesting talking to Jamie about crypto. And last, here are my scans. Okay, so if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit. Second, the middle section right here, my scans. So this is what I'm using in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay, these are the gappers in the pre-market, either up or down. Pulse resumes over here. This is the momentum scan right here. And my price alert window is kind of covering this up, but this is the abnormal option activity scan right here. Now look at BTI has actually turned around. I thought I'm ever going to go long BTI. Mhm. And then this is the breakouts and downs. Okay, they're on another monitor. The only reason I put them on another monitor, I just don't overwhelm the monitor that I'm sharing with all sorts of different scans. So, but this is on my other monitor. All right, and I do have other scans. Um, that you can take a look at that I don't necessarily have up. The basic new highs and lows is probably a good start. So again, if you see my link, my homepage link, you can take out a subscription anytime in the future. Also, you'll have access to my scans. I do change them up from time to time and the education section. Okay. And welcome to the room. Again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. The main room is typically open till 4. I'm just not there anymore. Okay, I'm not. There's no screen sharing. I'm not in the mic, but the room is open still, so you can still converse amongst yourselves if you do want to do that. William keeps that room open. So in general, what is Trade Ideas? Trade Ideas, we are a scanner. So this is an example of a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. This is the MLGO, guys. I wonder if this is, yeah. So coming into, for me, probably, between here and 5 and a little over 5, to me, looks like a lot of resistance. Now, if you can pop through that, then you start looking left, and this almost got up to 10 back here, back in September 22nd. So this is an example of a scan that I use. I right-click configure. This is what it's looking for. So again, there are many, many screening programs out there that you can buy. What we're excellent at, real-time alerts, real-time alerts. Okay, so here, this is the screening aspect. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal. Up to this time of day, it is time sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The stock volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. The bottom line is, if all of these values are met in the filters, all these values here, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last one we had was SPHR at 1042. It's 1043 now. Uh, yeah, it's 1043 now. So that was the last time a stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was SPHR 1042, and there was the price. Okay. So, I mean, if you like this, look at the alt. Look at the alt. Shoot. Telling you guys, I'm going to really concentrate. I might even get Rudy, the guy who handles my home page, to add that a normal option activity plus 10-day daily breakout into the home page. I think it's too valuable to not have it there. So if you like the scan the way it is, great. But obviously, if you want to make a change, you can. I mean, if you don't like this price range or something else, you can make a change. Of course, you can. You can tweak it to maybe something a little more to your style. This is what I like to see, though. Doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And I always say, start off by this, okay? If you're looking at this for the first time and you're thinking, well, this program is obviously way too hard for me. I can't learn all of these real-time alerts and filters, okay? Sure, we've got a lot of them, but I will explain why. The top two by far that people use, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other ones, okay? You want new 5-minute highs, new 10-minute highs, new 15-minute highs, lows. We have things like that. So if I keep scrolling down and down, you get to these filters or these icons. These are the filters that we've got. Again, you don't have to learn them all. If you don't know what something means, forget about it. Okay. If you're new to trading, don't worry about it. And you're wondering if we do have, what do we have for MACD? Okay. Well, that's what we have for MACD. If you wanted the, I don't know, let's take a look here. The 20-minute MACD crossing, okay, we don't have it. Okay. It's that simple. So you can't manufacture it. We don't have it. But all I'm really trying to say here, guys, is that you don't get hung up on how many different alerts and filters that we've got. The reason we have so many is, lots of different trading styles. Company, when they started over 20 years ago, figured that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and filters. Okay, it's that simple. Look at Rocket here, guys, RKT. Okay, so if you take the program and I don't mean you probably could scroll through, and if you see something that you recognize, fine, you can try it out. But don't get hung up on how many we have, please, okay? Or how many we have. Now I am an intraday trader. Okay, look at Arvin. Is this Arvin? Arvin. So as an intraday trader, I'm always, my main goal is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. I do not want to find something that, isn't trading very much, low volume, not trading very much. Why would I even want to look at that stock? Okay. So my main goal all day long is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So Pepe, I am beside myself now on the alt. So how do I do that? Or how can you do that? The main filter to use would be the relative volume filter. Okay. So if I look at Arvin right now and it says 6.96, that means it's trading almost 7 times normal up to this time of day. So that's the first thing. Okay. Volume wise. Okay. Volume wise, it is trading 7 times what it has normally done on a baseline. I think it's 14 days up to the time of day. So that's the first thing that I want to zero in on. Obviously, I still need a minimum volume. I mean, if something is trading 10,000 shares and that's 10 times its normal volume, who cares, right? Okay, so I have to have a minimum number of shares, but there's my starting point in order to find stocks that are trading abnormally using that relative volume filter. The next thing I do is I also look at the option activity. I want to find stocks that are having an abnormal option volume day. I don't trade options, okay? But you can see right here with the Arvin, this is traded 10,000, sorry, 1,054 contracts. Not a huge number, but it's for it 1,146 now. You can just see it's increasing. That represents for this company 912% time normal, nine ratio of 9 times normal. So coupled with the volume, the volume, and also its option volume. These are, obviously a stock to pay attention to. Okay, so that's how I use these. So when you see a stock in both of these, pay attention. Okay, guys, take a look at. Interested to see how many shorts are still available. Interactive brokers for Syrah. Wow, there have been a lot snapped up. Last time I looked, there were 137,000 approximately. There are only 9,000 now. So there are a lot of people shorting this one now. From Interactive Brokers, and I'm sure other brokers. I mean, it's risky. I mean, it's risky to go long, it's risky to short. God, so you're saying, are you talking about the charts are slow? Everything else, listen, our charts are not the fastest. They don't bother me as much as they used to, but they're certainly not the fastest. Sometimes, though, if you just click on account and reset your connection a couple of times, that could that could help the situation. MLGO? Okay. We have 6%, 2.7 million in the float and 6% is short. And for Upstart, UPST, we have 45%. Big difference. But I always maintain, now this one is probably closer. The other one, I mean, it's always hard, okay? When you have stocks that are very low float, it's really hard to get a handle on, okay, how many shares are really short? Very hard. And plus that information, as I found out today, I didn't realize it, that information, the short float percent gets updated twice a month. I thought the float also did, but the float is updated should be updated every day. I didn't realize that. I thought the float also got updated twice a month, but it's the short float. It gets updated twice a month, and that's industry. That's not us. Where's that tank? My goodness, guys, I just have to, this has been, I bring this up every now and then, but look at this is our stock, the Anderson stock, Stantec. Wow. And it's even more impressive in Canadian dollars when it says 105. All right, Sears, not the old store, but SYRS. Let's take a look. Next high looking left, three to one. So it's got a little bit of room, got a little bit of room when you look left. And in fact, in the pre-market, it actually got up to 420. Another fairly low float, 16 million in the float. See if they had any news, rises on positive cancer therapy data. I think this actually, no, I thought this was flying yesterday too, but nope. Through the 200-day moving average for SYRS. So guys, again, I've sort of, whoops, what's this one now? Sphere, SPHR. By the way, Kevin, did it pop up? I know what I did, Pepe. I went to this window looking for that, I think, and I didn't see it in the actions. I think it just automatically does it. You minimize it, it automatically does it. Pops up. This on the in the price alerts. So if you have questions, please don't feel you're interrupting me. Don't be shy. If you're just starting out, listen, we all started out at some point, okay? So don't feel that you're going to be asking a stupid question. Okay, please don't feel that way. You can ask questions, and if I can't answer the question, now if it's an accounting question, typically that's I don't get into accounting questions, but I can direct you to our homepage, and there are people usually standing by that can help you if you're having an accounting problem. Okay. Nice. Now that's a nice move without too much chop, that PHIO. And this is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now. It's not optionable, so that's why there it won't show up here. Campbell's Soup, talked about Campbell's Soup a little while ago. CPB, it's a, earnings play. So again, look at the, next high looking left, 43.21, too close for me. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a few stocks in. I do have one race open on my other monitor. Yeah, look at the alt guy. So I think, yeah, maybe I'll get him to add this one. What have I got on my homepage? You know what? Could do this right here and make it a little more symmetrical. Thing is, it's a very long name. Made even longer because I got to add Pepe's name to it. So yeah, I mean, I could just call it Pepe Combo, except that, then I'd have to explain it. People might, that's why I try to give it names that make sense, like the scan makes sense when they read what the scan is called. Pepe Combo, you and I and anybody, people have been, they know what it is, but I definitely think I should add it. I think it's a great, great look at alt. Wow. So this is what I'm saying. Okay. Now listen, this play may come back. It may come back. I don't think it's going to come back to 46.60. Okay. But you might look at this as, first of all, I am a momentum player. So I like to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day. You may not like that. You may want to see stocks more on a pullback. Okay. But if you're an intraday trader, your goal still is to find stocks trading abnormally. Okay. So for instance, you might look at this play and thought, well, I don't want to take this up here, at the highs. Maybe if it pulls back to, I don't know, 45.78. No, it blew through that, but maybe you're a VWAP player and there was the VWAP 45.78 and it pulled back to it, but it broke down underneath it. Maybe this is Steve's favorite indicator, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Okay, maybe it's pulling back there. That orange line is the 8 SMA, 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So, I mean, if you're a pullback player and you have areas where you'd like to see a stock pull back to until and then maybe you'll be interested in taking it. You can also, take any one of these alerts and say, okay, I mean, I don't want to chase the alt right now, but maybe if it pulls back to pulls back 620. I mean, that'd be a pretty big pullback to the VWAP, but it's up to you. So I think these alerts are good because they're showing you stocks that are really trading abnormally. And then, but again, if you're not somebody who doesn't want to take a stock at the high of the day or near the high of the day, and remember, I'm not chasing. I think people get the wrong idea that think, well, you're just chasing it. It's at the high of the day. No, 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 no. For instance, if ALT did something like this, it's at 688 right now. What if it just went, down to 670, back up to 688, and maybe for the next, I don't know, 45 minutes, it just sort of hung there, and then it popped up to a new high of the day. That I don't feel I'm chasing. I'm taking something out of a bit of consolidation and on a move to the high of the day. That's all. I'm not going to take something that is running, 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 running without any sort of a pause. But bottom line is, you know, this S. I mean, look at S. Maybe it pulls back to, I don't know, 2356 is there. Well, okay, 2356. What if it pulls back there? Now, these could turn in. I mean, this should tell you about the color coding. If it's in light blue, this is a suggestion to go long. And if it's in brown, it's a suggestion to go short. Okay. But, S could turn into a short. What if it got down to the VWAP, 2356, hung there for a bit, and then moved down below it? You have to have some experience in trading, of course, but you might look at that and go, okay, I think I'll short this one. So as a watch list, with a very few symbols, you can try to maybe figure out ways to trade it all day long. Well, Campbell's soup is still alive here, guys, coming right into that high though. 43.20. And then there were none. Okay, you can't see the symbol here, but that's SERA, SERA. These contract will be available if shares can be located. They've all been snapped up now. Ah, see, a little bit of covering, a little bit of covering. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Oh, I'm long gone, Danko. Long gone, BTI. Shorted it twice, got a flat the first time, and made a little the second time. I'm long gone. You must not have been around. Hmm. Relay. Let's take a look at relay. RLAY. 936. Next high, 963. So yeah, I mean, if I just look left, I just see all these little areas that could stall moving higher. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, getting interested in, I think I'm getting interested in S again. I think. I think it's just got to, it took out, there's the high looking left on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart, but that is what that red line is. And I see Asan is having a great, a nice recovery. A little bit of, actually, it is choppy at the beginning. Wow. But it's breaking out a little bit here. It's a nice little break here, guys, for us at ASAN. So actually, I should have read your entire comment. Thoughts on BTI? Well, it popped up. My thought was, of course, I wanted it. It's just a little too choppy for me. I don't like tobacco companies, so I mean, that's why I shorted it a couple of times. Didn't do anything unbelievable on it. So I don't really know how to read this now. I mean, look, if you wanted to go long this, it would have to get above 29.30 in my opinion. Right there on that daily chart, on the 15-minute chart, pre-market. And Campbell Soup, now I think Campbell Soup is right at that high, isn't it? The 43.20. You know what? I think it took it out. I think this was the high, 43.20. So now there's the new high that it has to take out. So it's right there at 43.20. And then the next one, it just doesn't have enough room for me. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. Okay. I'd like to put your name in there though. How about we do this? Every time I talk about it, I usually bring the screen on, so it'll always say that you'll always be there. Okay. Okay, I'll do it. Now I have to remember to get rid of also the sound alerts. I think we're good. I think that should be pretty good. Just because I made that little change, S and play. I mean, they're still there if you do history, but just because I made the little change and getting rid of the sound alert, those two disappeared. I think that's all I have to do. No, not at all. Well, I had been thinking of it, a combination, but I just didn't do it. Anyway, I think that's good. I think I can save this, and I'm gonna give it to Rudy. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, I passed that on to Rudy, so hopefully that'll get added. It'll get added for sure, just I don't know when. Okay, guys, 11:19, so in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Should be Jamie. I don't know if Jamie sometimes listens to me during the day, so I don't know if he is, but, I will confirm it will be Jamie in about 40 minutes in our YouTube room when I take my break. Syrah is not over yet, guys, and some, more short covering, not a lot, but some more short covering at Interactive Brokers. We're up to 6,000 shares now available, almost 7,000 shares available. Campbell's Soup keeps, moving higher here, guys. Earnings play, CPB, Campbell's Soup. Wow, this Arvin through the 200-day moving average today. To me, the market seems like it should be just ripping higher, but we're only up, just a little in the Dow and the SPY and NAS. It just has this feeling that we're ripping higher, not getting too many, shorts. Troika, TRKA, TRKA. Same thing, guys. Look left. What do you see? I see resistance. I just see some resistance, maybe around 182, which is, and if it gets through that on the weekly chart, two. So to me, there's just too much resistance between the current price and 2. I'm always looking for something with that can run a lot more until it hits the high, either on the daily chart or on the weekly chart. Just give me a moment. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm just talking about the FIO, and yeah, that was a nice move, but then it, sold off a bit, and then it got down to 170. Those are big percentage drops, and then up again, but then down again. So right now, If it can hold 2, if it can hold 2, base at around 2, and then move from there, I mean, look at the room it's got. There's the 200-day. That would be a dollar away. That would be awesome. Alright, you know what? I did see, oh, this is one of these acquisition corps, yeah. I mean, I saw this one in the pre-market, I just disregarded it. It's nonsense, of course, got up to almost 40, came right back down. 11, one of these, SPACs. Have they announced who they're going to continues the focus on the merger with Brilliant, I'm sorry, no, okay, sorry, Nucleus reports, and they're continuing their focus on being taken over by, this, SPAC, becoming a public company. Read it and weep. Look at this, 633 now, 701 now for the alt. I mean, so the only one that really 4660, what did it do after the alert? 4660. I mean, yeah, it went 70 cents. And again, when nobody's saying you can get it right at 4660 and get rid of it right up there. But, 3 of the 4 have been really good. And even the 4th, you wouldn't have got hurt. Well, guys, EYPT, so it's closing in the high of yesterday. The high yesterday was 2060, so it's closing in on that high. Will that stall it? Had the big news on Monday. Okay, love. LOVE. Let's see what LOVE is all about here. Interesting, maybe. Actually, could be very interesting, guys. 200-day moving average, 2354, a little bit above it. More importantly, let's take a look at the weekly chart. Has some room on the weekly chart. The next time the weekly is 2569. So that's about a dollar away. I'm sorry, that'd be $2 away. Yeah, that'd be almost $2 away. On the daily chart, the next high is 24.42, so it's got some room. If this holds over the 200-day moving average, now the only yeah, if it holds over the 200-day moving average, and it's sitting right there. You can see that blue line, it's right on it. Well, there's your pullback now for MLGO. So if you're a bit of a pullback player. Now, the only issue is this. When you look at the 15-minute chart for MLGO, look at all these top tails, okay? Let's bring up a big chart. If you're new to trading, this can be a really big clue, okay? So let me bring, what is it? MLGO. Let me expand this a little bit. So you see here, this is a 15-minute chart for MLGO. So again, what do the topping tails mean? So at one point, the price was up here, 563 on this candle. Then the sellers took over and knocked it down to 526. The buyers tried again. They got it out basically to the same price. Sellers took over, knocked it down to 529. The sellers tried again. They got it almost to that same price. Buyers stepped in, closed it here. Sellers tried again, almost getting up to that price. Buyers took over, and they looked like they could now, granted, there was a bottoming tail there, but you see, when you start to see 4 topping tails in a row, this means, the buyers have been trying like mad to keep this, going, and the sellers keep stepping in and knocking it down. Eventually, the buyers will give up for a while. It's always this kind of tug of war between buyers and sellers all day long. And so eventually one side will give up for a while, say you can have it. So even though I'm looking at this and going, if it holds five, it starts to move, but I see all these topping tails, I mean, it might be really tough for this to keep moving higher for a while anyway. And it may, in fact, be a better short for a while, but there are some bottoming tails too. So when you see something like this, when you see a big topping tail and a bottoming tail on this, that is really indecision. Which way is it going to go? It's a battle royale. But when I see 4 topping tails in a row like that, I go, hmm. Now the converse would be true also. If you saw a stock that had a bunch of bottoming tails in a row where the sellers keep trying to knock it down and the buyers close it higher over and over, eventually the sellers probably give up for a while and then you'll start to see the stock move higher. Ah, 120. Thank you, Ori. I was just saying to my wife, now we need some higher price targets for Stantec. When that stock was in the 75s and I saw the 95 targets, oh yeah, right. And then when it was in the early 90s and I saw the 105 and the 110 targets, I thought, yeah, right. But yeah, you're right, right on. 120 from 105 and TD Securities. Wow, 125 from 115. Oh, brother. All right, guys. So the market is, what time is it now? So in about 20 minutes, Jamie will take over for me. There we go. Okay. So there it is, guys. There's the abnormal option activity plus 10-day daily break combo. Okay. With all the credit to Pepe for creating it. Okay. So there it is. I would really pay attention to this one every single day that you trade. Okay. Seriously. You're not going to get too many alerts. All right, guys, just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. Wow. Guys, remember Norman Lear, 101, just died today at 101, ripe old age of 101. Okay. Uh, just give me a moment, please. I know who that is. Oh, okay, guys. Sorry about that. That was my wife. So, okay, guys. In about 15 minutes, I think Jamie's taking over for me. I haven't heard from him, but pretty sure it'll be Jamie. Somebody will do it. How is Alpha Trends doing? Are you talking about a what are you talking about, Rich, exactly? You talking about a scan or I know the term. I know are you talking about a scan that we got or the add-on? Alpha Trends add-on. You're not talking about the anchored VWAP. Oh, the anchored VWAP. How is it going? I don't know. I don't use it. So, sorry, I just don't use it. It's too, for me, it's too much of, swing trading ideas, okay, and I'm just not a swing trader. I like the things that I do, so if I were more of a swing trader, I might look at it, a lot more closely, but yeah, I'm just not a swing trader. And I try to, really uncomplicate my trading style also. But I'm sure, if you're into that anchored VWAP, I bought the book. It's interesting. It was interesting. I sort of, thought, well, maybe I could get into it. Maybe I could find one scan, but I'm a creature of habit, kind of went back to what I was used to doing and just going to stick with it. Are you are you using it? Are you considering it? Yeah. So unfortunately, I'm the wrong person, aren't I? Guys, Campbell Soup, Campbell Soup, CPB. I know they've reduced salt a little bit in that, in their soup, but having a great day on earnings. Oh, now this is gonna make me sick. Yeah, this is gonna make me sick, guys. This Milagro. Micro algo. So remember what I was saying? So what I was going to do, and then well, I took the phone call. I'll blame my wife. What I was going to do is put an alert at the high of all those, okay, and see if it took it out. And then look what it did. Popped right through. Michael's not in the room tomorrow, but Steve is. Yeah, Steve will be in the room tomorrow, so you can ask him about the Anchor to Viva. I'm not sure how much he uses it, to be honest. Michael uses it quite a bit, but Steve does use it. He does use it. Yes. Yeah, I mean, if you read his book, I mean, he does say it can be used for intraday trading, but I tried and I don't know, I couldn't quite figure out something that made sense for me in terms of we're talking about the anchored VWAP and its use. I think it's again, even though he does say you can use it on all time frames, but I just found it was a little. I just couldn't really figure out a way for me to use it intraday. Okay, it'll be yeah, Jamie will be in her room in about 12 minutes. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just again, internal conversation. So yeah, look at that relative volume for MLGO 75. It's not optionable, so you're not going to see it over here. Ah, man, where could this go? I mean, look at the look left again. The high around 10 back on this day. This is back in December, September 22, September 22nd. Oh, missed the boat on this one also. I know we talked about this one. SYRS, nice move. I think it was right about here. We're talking about it around 350. Got up to four. And understand a lot of these are going to be fairly quick hitters. Okay, you can't just wander away. Certainly don't wander away. Not with that float. But I don't see like a ton of trend following, in these sort of stocks right now. Plus, if you look left, I mean, you would think there's a lot of resistance. Look left on that daily chart for SYRS, right almost where it got to. I mean, look at the daily chart, all the action right there. Hard to get through that. Has AFRM been moving up on news or a short squeeze? Well, I'll never know if it's a short squeeze, but let's take a look if it has any news. AFRM. Boy, it's what a series of days it's had though. 2 weeks, 27 to 41. I just think, well, okay, I think, of course, this is the buy now, pay later, and I think that, Black Friday and all, that's what got it started. I don't know if there's any additional news, but, Black Friday, this is when it got started, and it keeps moving. Now, that short float percent might have something to do with it too, but then it's a big float, 224 million in the float. Okay, well, the quick answer is that hood is not here. Remember what it's combining. It's combined. Okay, here we go. Maybe a little bit of a SAN action. Remember what it's combining, the 10-day daily breakout and the option scanner. So I don't see hood here. Where are you? Who asked the question? So yeah, Luca, what I said was, I mean, it got started. It's the pay now or buy now, pay later. Okay, so I guess Black Friday, that's when it really got started. If you look at the daily chart for a firm, that's where it really got started, and it just kind of continued from there. So now CPB is expense. No, it should be in here, but I think I have. You might want to up the. No, I got 2 and 70 now. Okay, 2 and 70 now. But anyway, hood is not here. Okay, so it remember what it is. It's a combination. If it shows up either in the 10-day daily breakout or down, and in the option activity scanner, that's where it'll show up then in the combo. Okay, does that make sense? So hood is not here in either one of them. And CPB, let me see about CPB. Good. Okay, so CPB is not showing up in the breakouts because the relative volume is only 4, and well, okay, so it's in both. The relative remember, in here, the relative volume has to be 8. So I was more ask or answering the question why it's not showing up, and that's because it's not in here. And the reason hood and as hood is not here, and also CPB is that the relative volume is only 4, has to be 8 in both of these. And hood, as Pepe is pointing out, is also like that. Now, if you want to reduce it, yeah, I mean, there's hood at 7. You want to reduce it to get more. I mean, it's up to you. Okay, Pepe, I'm going to leave the exercise to you because it would be interesting to reduce this a little bit, maybe to 6. Keep everything else the same in the option scanner, and then see what we get here. We get maybe a few more alerts, but they may not be too bad. I'll let you do it. And if you do it and it works, I'll give you full credit. I could do it. So what we're talking about here is if I reduce this to 6, both of these to 6, and only in this one, okay? So I reduce it to 6 relative volume. So I might get a few more alerts in here, and who knows? Maybe they'd be pretty good too. But I'm all about not having a lot of alerts in this one. 4 a day is plenty. Exactly, Jamie. Okay, guys, better get my announcement in. Jamie's going to show up any moment now, so I'm on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, Jamie's not there yet, but I'm sure he's going to show up anytime now. And let me get my music stopped so I can hear him when he pops into the room. Okay, and now I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room. Look at Hood. Oops. Alt had news a few days ago, Tom, Denver. Okay. I don't know if there's any new news today. Okay, guys, there's the YouTube link in. And so I'm just waiting now for Jamie to show up. Jamie, I heard the little pop. Okay, guys, so Jamie is in the YouTube room now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour.
Hey Barry.
Jamie.
Let me grab the screen here.
Okay, what a morning. Ugh.
Yeah, Mark
Yeah.
Market's all dressed
No.
up with no place to go.
Jamie, I've been talking about this combo scan. I think I gave it to you last week.
Yes.
The abnormal option activity combined with the 10-day daily breakout.
Yes.
And man, oh man, what a producer. And this is not just one day. I mean, I've been watching this now for 2 weeks. Is
Mhm.
not every single alert is going, but you don't get very many. But I've been able to even just as a watch list, play around, finding different, if it doesn't work the first time, playing
Yeah.
around, and but most of them are working almost from the get-go.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm guilty of not paying enough attention to it, but it will be part of my layout moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get too many alerts, so
Well,
it's
that's
not
good.
like you're
That's
gonna get
good.
overwhelmed. There are only 4 today, so
Excellent.
yeah.
Well, I know I know it's the top of the hour. I know you probably got things to do. So I don't want to keep you.
Well, we can chat if you want.
Okay, all right. Hey,
What's
I'm
going
always
on?
down for chatting. Look at this. Look what Boyle did today. My
Ooh,
goodness gracious. Oh,
are
and
you,
then,
short boil?
well, I'm not anymore, but I was never
Oh,
short Boyle. I was short UNG.
UNG, okay.
And that's a huge move for that thing. I mean, we're talking, you know, almost 30 cents in a very small amount of time.
Right.
Of course, that's because Boyle is at all-time lows, right?
Mhm.
So, I'm here. Let me gaze into my crystal ball. You know what they're going to do to UNG pretty soon? They're going to reverse split it
Yeah.
because remember, instead of hitting tilt, I would hit TMF.
Mhm.
But look what they did to TMF, and now it's $60. It used to be,
Mm,
the lower one, kind of like Boyle
right,
and the natural gas or
right.
you know, so no more TMF for tilt to take volatility out. The last one is UNG and Boyle, but I'm sure they're going to reverse split this one pretty soon too.
Yeah, it's funny. I even in the main room, people talk about these. I've never traded any of these, those sort of ETFs. Never traded them.
And the only
And
time I hit them is when the bigger one sets up, you know.
okay.
And this one was just perfect today because hey, Boyle came through hitting lows. Oh well, who wouldn't want to take a stab at that?
Hmm.
So, you know,
Hmm.
doesn't always do that. Sometimes they stop it quick when it's in all-time lows and
Right. I see.
be a
Okay.
very fierce bounce, but not today.
Hmm. Interesting. Well, I'm glad it worked out for you on that one. And did you get any of the SERA?
No, no, I did not play that one,
Hmm.
but that's beautiful
No
nonetheless.
kidding. No
That
kidding. I
is
mean,
nice.
every day there seems to be one like this now, and I looked at the news this morning, and I even had William in our the main room, was sort of a bit of a bios. Well, he can analyze financial information, but sort of specializes in the bios. Couldn't really find out what they're all about. So it's hard to not that that absolutely matters, but it.
Sure.
But he couldn't really figure out what the heck is going on with them, based on the news they released today. But anyway,
And look at that
um,
float, 11 million, and it's already kicked out 63 million.
and
No,
it's
no
funny because it
turnover.
was actually shortable at Interactive Brokers earlier today, about 135,000 shares. They got snapped up pretty quickly.
I
But
bet. I bet.
yeah. But anyway, exciting day, exciting day.
Yeah, and
Okay, my friend.
just like you always say, Barry, I mean, the market's not really doing a whole lot, but
No,
we can always
but
find
Trade
something.
Ideas is.
Yeah,
Trade
yeah,
Ideas is it?
absolutely.
Did I ever tell you that Trade Ideas is a fabulous program?
I've heard that before
Yeah.
through,
And
through some guys I know.
mhm. Okay, Jamie, I'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah, have a good time. We'll see you when you get back.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, ladies and gents, welcome to my desktop. This is the hour for the live support session. So, same old song and dance, no pre-planned script. We're just going to talk shop, talk about trade ideas. If you guys have any questions about the software, or maybe you just want to let me take a look at some charts, by all means, just use the questions panel there and let me scan that real quick here to see if I've missed anything. Yeah, Jamie, let's look at the alt. Mm-hmm. Just cruising right on up. And how's the volume in that one? And of course, because of the options action, the underlying stock is always going to have the accompanying volume as well. Not 100% of the time, but most of the time. Not a huge float there, but not too small either. Yeah, Jamie, Boyle is the natural gas ETF. See up here, Bloomberg natural gas. And then the smaller one is the UNG, just the lower dollar, which unfortunately, more than likely, they will reverse split before too long. That's what they have to do to these ETFs to keep them going because of the time decay. Just erodes them down to nothing. Pretty shady game, but that's the way they do it. All right, Luca talking about AFRM. Yep, taking a pullback. Not quite, we're looking at the 5-minute here, but over here on the 10-minute, still got a little bit of room. If it does peel off a little bit more, I'd look to this area right here with the green line, 10-period simple moving average. Yep, Shaw, what you said about AFRM not swinging. You know, as I briefly touch base with Barry on, the SPY's in we're not too far away from the all-time highs. But boy, up here in this little action, this little zone of action, overall market is just kind of boxed in, right? So we can't get some good swings in this little channel here. But kind of like when we were back here, same action, took a leg up, yay, a lot of action, and now, it's just going to be real sniper style, as Barry and I were talking about. That's what trade ideas is for, you know, slow market, fast market, down market, up market. We have to have eyes on the world, and trade ideas is it. But who knows? Today's Wednesday. I would think by Friday we're probably going to be either pecking at highs or sniffing at lows at some point. Do you adopt the pre-market data as part of your moving average calculations? Steve is not. No, and I don't either. And I'm a pretty simple guy when it comes to my moving averages here. 10, 50, 200, 20 on just about every time frame. This is a little bit different of a layout than I typically use. Just so you guys can see everything clearly, I've got my resolution much smaller than you see here, and I typically prefer a dark background on my charts and whatnot. Um, and my trading style, you've heard Barry talk about me before. I'm just a transactional guy, scalper. So pre-market and then the first 15 minutes, not only, do I not really, I'll look at the pre-market ranges of the stocks that I like to trade, and maybe it's there, maybe it's not, in a concise sense. But to your point there, Luca, no, I don't either. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of these Dawn of the Dead stocks, PHIO. A little too unsavory with these wicks, but hey, definitely the trend is up here. Purple. Not too shabby. A little bit of time to maybe react here in the first 15 minutes or so. Let's see. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, this one was very early, but getting along a little piece right here around the 90-cent level with a 3 to 4 cent risk. Not too shabby. And I'm seeing a lot of these here lately. These larger companies that dip below a dollar, they typically don't stay there for very long if they're a big company like Purple. I mean, even at these levels, what are we looking at here? Wow, that's pretty low. 134 million, of course. The market is pretty littered with these guys, a lofty perch of $41 after they IPO'd, now residing at $1.20. I'm noticing I don't see those commercials anymore, where they're dropping the eggs on the beds and all that good stuff. So those of you who have your Purple mattress and your Peloton right beside each other, product is good, but the investment in the company, not so good. Okay, looks like questions panel is kind of empty right now. Decent crowd in here, so if you do have a question, do not hesitate. Just checking on something real quick here. Little Lloyd's of London not doing much today. BCS got a nice little bit of action yesterday. Class action lawsuit, so that was a lot of fun yesterday playing that one. But so far the banks are one. Here's one that I'm still in with a working stop. And once again, just from my liked lows ticker, right about, let's see here. Once again, UBS, we all know who that is. Just kind of chopping around up here, but I get the alert coming through my my liked lows ticker. Hey, UBS hitting a low. I mean, that's it right there, ladies and gentlemen. So the break level right here, got short immediately, still in it. Let's see. And my stop that I put in before I came here was 28.15 or 28.16. So that was when it was down here. Hopefully I'm still in it. We'll find out soon enough. But just a beautiful release up here from the 28.46 level. Not quite 40 cents, but the day is not over yet. And if we just kind of look here on the daily, looks like it might have found a little level of support here. back from the low day before yesterday, which would be Monday, but a sweet intraday trade nonetheless. Everybody just keeps thinking that the banks and the commercial real estate market is going to implode anytime soon, and it probably will. Not really a matter of if, it's a matter of when, but timing is everything. That's my new saying. Timing is everything in everything. Convince me otherwise. Thoughts on CERE? And then before I get to that one from Gus, Saeed, how do you find stocks that make moves like Purple but have bad fundamental? That's a great question, Saeed. But if you tell me, then we'll both know. Now, when I look at Purple here, all I'm paying attention to, you know, interesting comment there because you're mixing technical with fundamental, right? I've never been a fundamental guy. Um, I forget who Barry was just referencing, that is good at picking apart fundamentals. Because in my brain, fundamentals, sure, uh, they play a role in the company, but it's kind of like the earnings plays, right? Company comes out and beats earnings, stock goes down. Company comes out with horrible earnings, think the stock's going to go down, stock goes up. Same thing with fundamentals. Well, not the exact same thing, but I just don't incorporate fundamentals into my trading. Now, if you're into fundamentals, we certainly have a tool for that. So if I say spawn a new top list and I search for, well, we can just go to the tab here. Fundamentals, there we go. And then here are all the fundamental filters that we have, right? So you could pick out your favorite fundamental indicators, filters, whatever you'd like to call them, install them as columns. And as you see these stocks doing the thing that you like them to do, for example, like Purple, you could start to eyeball those metrics. And through, repetition, perhaps you could pick out some that correlate with the price move, right? So let me know if that makes sense, Sahid. Thoughts on CERE? Let's look at that. Well, intraday, it just looks kind of nasty. From a longer term perspective, I mean, that was a beautiful breakout that we had from this 2674 level. But now we're going to have to zoom out a little bit, and I'll just pull over my weekly chart. So here we are looking at CERE on the weekly chart, and look where it put on the brakes right here. We got right up here coinciding with these levels back here. This one going all the way back to April of 22. Another top here, August of the same year. And now, after spending some time down in the dumps, it's making a run. And it's putting on the brakes right up here. At the present time, that is acting as supply. But nice bullish run regardless in the past week. Don't know if this was earnings related or I'm not getting any earnings data here or just, it's a biotech. So that's the way these guys do it a lot of the time. But anything's fair game in this channel that you see here presently. Now, let's say it gets frisky again. We need to see a close above this level, in my opinion, to, start the next run to potentially, this level. Haha, Jason, yes. If you do, send me one, please. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, someone else has said that before, right? So I'm not going to obviously take credit for that. But Lord Bright just dropped it in there. Timing is everything. And well, I don't know. I was assuming that you found somebody else. Somebody's had to have said that before, I would think, right? But it just started crossing my mind yesterday. I'm like, hey, everything is timing. Yes, in the stock market, we like to see timing. Every trade's a winning trade, depending on the timing, right? And the direction. And UBS might have a little bit more in it. And that's another thing is when as Barry always says, when we were up here and we look left, we go, ooh, it's a bank. You know how those have been going, it could easily cycle back down. And so far it's doing that. Volume's pretty decent. Of course, we got a gigantic float on UBS. But looking good so far. Hopefully I'm still in it. All right, Dionysus, let me see here. In all my years of trading, not once have I ever had fundamental news help me in making a day trade. I'm on the same level there. Yeah, and if you're invested in a company, and I'll swing trade and hold a few longer term positions, like in my IRA, for example. But if you're up nicely in a position and good news comes out and the stock reacts positively, yeah, you know, it's good news, right? But it certainly does not, guarantee that any price action is going to stick around. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. I'll be back in a flash. All right, sorry for the absence there. So I have to take my Texas winter allergy medicine, and that was my buzzer to do that so I don't forget. Interesting comment there, Dionysus. The fundamental news can be translated in a chart or into a chart. Right, right. I get you. Hey, Jason, I'm extra large. That's because I think they make t-shirts too small, actually. But yeah, I'm XL. Who knows? Somebody might have already made a shirt. I'm gonna have to do some digging around. Yes, Dionysus, multiple time frames. Our good friend Brian Shannon over at Alpha Trends says the same thing. Thoughts on PHIO from Trader Todd? Let's check out FIO. Not bad. Not bad action from today. A little breakout after the first couple of 5-minute candles there. Some um, decent pre-market action. Not the smoothest in the world, but notice this candle here. That was the last pre-market candle. And then shortly thereafter, we take out these levels here, which is always a good sign. And then boom, 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 off to the races. So really nice level there at 142. And man, 60 cents on a buck 40 stock. That's a great move. Now let's take a look. This this explains what's happening here, man. Why did this get so frisky on the intraday? Well, we broke this level here, and that was a beautiful opening candle, opening at 209. Oops, wait. Did we? Hold on, I looked at the wrong metric there. Opened 134. Yeah, so beautiful. A gap up, an impending, cross of this level here, and then just boom. So FIO having its day in the sun today, and you know, I was not watching this stock, but if I had seen this stock on the open getting ready to attack that level there, and I saw it cross right here, I would have not even thought twice about it. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful action today in FIO. Now, notice it put on the brakes up here. When I look left here, maybe we got to go back a little further. Yeah, there we go. Okay. See this little area back here? Perfectly coinciding, acting as a little area of supply for now, right? Now, if I had to pull out my crystal ball, as long as we get a close above this level, this line right here, then might be time for FIO to, dance around in this area right here. But definitely looking up. And of course, we got a micro float. I wouldn't even call this one a small float. 20 million or less typically is a small float in my book. And we've got a float of only just a hair over 2 million here. So that float's flipped over 10 times already today. Who asked that? So Todd, I hope you found that a little useful. Yep, I agree with everything you said about the merging time frames there, Dionysus. Now, somebody was asking when I was listening to Barry earlier about the alpha trends and the anchored VWAP. If that is an add-on tool, but it is part of our Market Explorer here. So if I pull up a Market Explorer window and you have access to it, then you'll just simply come here to select strategy. VWAPs are at the bottom, a VWAP, and here are all the scans. Let's take a look at some from the large gap here just for giggles. So I'm assuming that a lot of these might be buyouts. I know Rover's a buyout. So it's going to start identifying probably, like this one is not. But when you see these real flat line ones up there, very distinct gap and a flat line, most of the time it is a buyout. Let's see here. Let's sort by volume. Ford, we know that one is not a buyout. And the VWAP, you can see the little purple line right there. And there we are on Ford. So it auto draws these from the last large gap. Disney. And for swing traders, I mean, these are very insightful areas. One of my favorite ways to use the anchored VWAP is in a newer issue when you have, maybe 7, 8, 9, 10, anywhere less than 20 trading days, right? We can always anchor to that first day of trading for the newer issues. All right, as I'm jabbering here, that's the options play. It's not the Pepe window though. Nothing really coming through there recently, but let's check out BXMT. Blackstone Mortgage Trust. I'm sure that this has something to do with BlackRock, right? But interesting action here. I mean, this thing fell off pretty good. Looks kind of like UBS from earlier. And boy, once we crack that 2234 level, it threw some elbows, but couldn't get back through the entry level. And look what we got here. We just cruised right through the 50 period, came down here, kiss on the 200, and gee, a bounce right off of the 200-day moving average. Perch doing its thing to the upside. Let's see here. Boy, just the buyer is so clear here. Yeah, takes a little breather and then boom, back up again, presenting another good entry level. Look at that perfect little smiley face, U-shape, horseshoe, whatever you'd like to call it. And as we come back up here, yeah, could have been another good scalp, but the Porch Group, I guess there's no float data for this one. I'm assuming though it's not a very big float, showing me 12% short float, which is interesting. All right, pardon me, just gotta pay attention to something real quick here. Boy, the AI has been super active today. So I may make sure. Let's see here. Let's sort by time. Wow, how many trades do we have today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Mainly short. Oh, wow. I mean, what a top tick there. That was yeah, about 30 minutes into the open. Not bad at all. Pretty sure that one would have been shortable. Not so sure about TTE. So interesting that most of the trades are short today, and longs. Yeah, not a bad trade on Hood. That's quite a good trade on Hood for the long, and a big winner in the Chesapeake energy sector for the big winner on the short side. And this reminds me of the older days where, you've got a market that's, well, we'll just call it flat right now. Or, when we're still in an uptrending market, but there's still, as Barry always points out, there's always something going down. There's always a good short play for the day or several good short plays. Mulan continues its descent into the, well, it's not in the hole right now, but it's looking like it's going to be back in there pretty soon. All-time lows is what I'm referring to. And once, I forgot how many splits this thing has done. But I don't think these values are accurate from all the splitting, but this is this seems to be the theme of the whole electric vehicle, debacle. And all the, accompanying companies. I think Plug just got downgraded to price target of like $3. Hydrogen and fuel cell systems. So not exactly electric, but every time I see Plug, I think of plugging in your car. And let's not forget about, another casualty of the EV realm, Nikola, hanging out at, $1. And once again, you could line up all these EV and EV related charts, and they all look the same. It's like, from a fundamental standpoint, I thought, EVs are supposed to be the greatest thing ever, but none of the stock prices are really reflecting that with the exception of, the King Daddy, Tesla. And even it, you know, it's not like it's pecking at all-time highs or anything. But I mean, come on. This is the inverted chart of all of the competitors, you know, down here, up here, right in the middle of the range. So Tesla's not going anywhere. I can't speak for its competitors though. Yep, and Lucid as well, or LCID. And let's take a look at that long term. Ah, more of the same. Oh, what about Rivian? Rivian. Oh, look, very similar. I mean, does anybody know of an alternative EV company that's not, obviously if it's an EV company that has the inverse of this chart that is not Tesla? Does anybody have one of those? Because I can't think of one off the top of my head. Okay, waiting for any questions to come in. I'll just continue to gaze. Now, interestingly enough, alt coming from Dawn of the Dead, which is identifying beatdown stocks that have started to come back to life. And then we also had it coming through Pepe's window as well. Now, I'm not in alt. I wish I would have been in alt, but I love it when things like this happen. Okay. Getting it to show up very early from the races, right? And clearly we can see that first candle, alt's going to be a race winner because the range was, let's see, we opened at 572. We topped out at 625 just in that opening 5-minute candle. Takes a nice little pullback here to its 10 period and then off to the races, right? So when I see things doubling up on my favorite windows, which as I told Barry, I'm going to start paying a lot more attention to this one. But you see alt here, maybe a piecemeal into a little bit on the pullback. Then later on, you see it coming through the options ticker. Gives you a lot more confidence to stay in the trade. But a nice mover there as well. Mesa, nice upside action. Not really any setup to speak of there. We don't just like to buy and hope. Same thing with Checkpoint. Doesn't do it for me. Bird, straight up. ARBK, nothing special there. And a lot of these going straight up, but the only one that looked really decent was this alt on the pullback here. And of course, the break of this level here. First time didn't get it. Second mouse got that cheese right there. But a nice little break from 637 all the way up to 745. So let's see, if I would have seen it at this level, I would have certainly liked it. Of course, we need to push that a little further up. Let's say we took some right here as we were crossing this threshold of 644. Well, this is the entry candle. We go back 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15, then risk level would have been right here, commensurate with a large reward area. Okay. We could probably fit that in there 3 times, 2.5. So that's what we look for. Risk 1R to hopefully make 2 or 3R, or at a bare minimum 1R. All right, how about, okay, these were the Dawn of the Dead top teners. Now you're going to notice we got some repeats here. Purple over here, purple over there. Nexi not on the top 10 here. but nothing to write home about. Of course, we know what Hood did this morning already. Griffiths, not too appealing. Nothing good there. Ooh, this one, very nice. And just keep in mind, this is not direction oriented. All right, it's just showing us things that are running up on the open in that first 1 minute candle. And we can see here, yeah, it took a couple of pecks up there, but as soon as it folded over, came back down, pushed through this 1278 level on that candle right there. So this would have been a really good entry candle right there. Now, it went sideways for 5, 10, 15 minutes, but it certainly didn't throw any vicious elbows. So if this was our entry candle here, and we go back 5, 10, 15, then risk would have been about right there. And once again, a nice short opportunity with a large reward area compared to the risk area. Let's see if anything's doing any volume. MPW. Haven't traded that one in a while. I mean, a little extended on the move down here. I would have been, had I seen MPW at this level, I would have been like, it's expended so much energy getting down to this level. Might be time for it to bounce, but nope. Sellers still in control and coming right down here to the 20 period, along with all this area of congestion right here. So I'm not usually a bounce play guy, but I wouldn't mind at all buying it right here and just using a couple of pennies outside that wick, say 467. I think I might have to take a stab at that if I was in trade mode, so to speak. Notice purple coming through just, let's see how many minutes ago that was. 3 minutes ago, okay? As it puts in these wicks up here. And this is typically indicative of a topping formation. You know, obviously the wick is present already. We wicked again here. Looks like purple's running out of steam because look where we are. Right into this, smack dab into this level over here, right? Let me just kind of put a little circle around that, all right? Interesting that that's where it's putting on the brakes. So just like we saw the MPW might be a good bounce play, this is kind of shaping up to be a, I mean, this is a very interesting area to put on a short if that's what you like to do. I'm not recommending that anybody do that. Just pointing out that the unusual prints usually coincide with topping wicks and bottoming wicks as well. It's just clearly identifiable here, you know. 469 is the low. Looks like the low is in with the wick. No, that doesn't mean it couldn't come back down here and wick by a penny and set a new low. It's just that taking such small risk when you can identify a bottoming or topping wick, well, that's kind of what we live for. Now, let's see if Boyle has recovered. I'm sure it did. Yep. Okay. So now it's finding a not as big of a bounce as I thought would be in play, but still clearly definable down here. So we got a 30.23 level, 30.55. What's that? 30 cents on the risk on the big boy, but we're going to see the same pattern over here. And this low is only 504. and it's currently trading at 508. So this is exactly what I'm talking about here. Crystal ball's out of order. Is it going to rebound and go up, or is it going to go punch new lows again today and head lower into the abyss? Because these things are in all-time low territory. When we look at the chart over here, confirm that. Boyle's going to look exactly the same. And there you have it. I mean, it's so, there we go. I got too many lines here. Covering up the actual candles. There we go. But all-time lows, just slightly off of it. So once again, clearly defined. If you are a bounce player, very small risk here. Volume is, it's still okay. 2 on the relative time frame. All right, the questions panel is there if you'd like to use it. Anything is fair game. And here's one that's been all of the Bitcoin related stocks have been getting some nice upside action. You know, this Bitfarms really kind of took off from the $1.30 area simply because Bitcoin is on the move. Let's just take a look at that chart real quick here. So here we are looking at the, I believe I got it on 1 hour, but if we look at the daily here, I mean, once we crack the 31.6 level, it's just been off to the races. So nice little 10,000, 13,000 point run for Bitcoin as of late. Let's just see. Let's just look at the weekly here. All right. Notice where we bottomed out, right? Going all the way back to this level back here, which was, yeah, December of 17. That was the first big top, right? Took a long time to bust out before we went and tested 69,000. Came all the way back, and the low was approximately there, and then we've just been marching back up ever since. I would expect we're going to get a little, supply on this level here. I mean, if it gets really frisky, I mean, who knows? We might go see 48,000 before it pulls back. But I would have to think that we're going to have a lot of chopping to be done before we even go test these levels. But it appears that crypto winter is over, coming to the end of the 4-year cycle, which next spring will be the halving. I forget how many halvings we've had. So 13, 17, 21, 24. Yeah, this will be the 4th block reward halving, HALVING, for Bitcoin, where the reward for miners who find a block gets cut in half. Yay, UBS. Let's see, the high of that candle was 14, so I should still be in this by a penny. I think they missed my stop by a penny or two. Knock on wood. Hopefully I'm still in this one. And it can't have that much more room to go. Maybe we get down to 27.90, but I'd be really surprised if we got through there. And once again, just going back to what Barry said, I mean, it's pretty amazing that there's probably a lot more now, but I'll just say over 8,000 tradable things every day in the market. And most of the time, it comes down to one or two names to have a good day, right? That's all we need, just one good trade. And if we want to have a good trade, we have to stick to our rules, right? Plenty of times where we get impatient, don't let the trade set up, goes against us, we lose money, it hurts our psychological um, profile. We have to recover from that and then say, don't do that again. But we're humans, But the more you practice, the more you can stick to your rule set. Yeah, I don't usually trade any of the oil stocks. What is USO. Getting clobbered today and not a bad setup. Little, these guys like to throw elbows. So, which is, if I wouldn't be adverse to swing trading, oil and gas stocks. But boy, they like to throw elbows intraday, which is typically why I just kind of steer away from them. But yeah, that's some nice price action. Let's look. And we're below this level here, which puts all of this in play. Assuming we get a close below there. And weekly confirming through this level here as well. So on the weekly, there we have it. A new trench developing there. But yeah, Stevie, hopefully you're just watching your money add up and you're short from a while ago. Let's see here. I forget what my count was this morning. Let me take a peek here. Was not a whole lot of help, in the first 15 minutes here. 5, 10, 15. We had a pretty bullish count of about 57%. And then we can see, yeah, it acted like it was going to go up a little bit. Then we peeled off. So compare count on the large caps was not a whole lot of help today. And that's what I've noticed is when we get into these little tight ranges, they become less effective at predicting that short-term market direction. These tight ranges just make everything a little bit more difficult. We have to be a lot more selective. Yeah, Steve. Heating oil, that's a very Midwest to Northern thing. Here in Texas, it's all natural gas. All right, and as I'm jabbering here, the SPY has decided it would like to come on down. It's the next contestant. So lows of yesterday could totally be in play here, which low is 454.87. Yep, that's about a point away. Thus, the next higher low, 98.99 cents. Even though it doesn't really look like a whole lot of room, there's still a tiny bit of room there. Yep. And the volume, as we can see right here, 57% of normal on the 5-minute, not quite 60% on the 10. So this is not happening with massive volume. So really anything's in play at this point in time. Go kiss this level, put the brakes on, bounce back up. We'll find out before the session is through. I'm sure it's getting nice and frigid there in Jersey at this point in time, Stevie. We're starting to get pretty cold, getting down to the low 30s in the evenings here, or in the nighttime here. We're actually having somewhat of a fall. Sometimes it just skips right to winter. All right, little time check. Wow, 5 minutes till the top of the hour. See if anything's participating here. Let's see if Hood took that pullback. Yeah, I think we were talking about it right up here as it was putting those wicks in. We did get a nice little 20-cent move down, and it's coming back up now. And then let's see if MPW bounced. Yeah, you'd be in the trade, but it wouldn't be looking too good. And once again, as the Boyle bounce. Yeah, Boyle's trying to, but this will be a neat little area to pay attention to for the remainder of the day, right? Nice tight consolidation. I'd be very surprised if it didn't break to the upside or the downside before the day is out. So very tight consolidation there. I'll certainly be keeping my eye on that one in the last hour or so, or
Jamie,
the rest of the session.
Jamie.
Berry.
Yeah, keep an eye on it, MLGO.
Malago.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a 620 break. There we go. Just give me a moment. Look left. Look how much room it's got.
Oof.
And even today.
Yeah.
All right.
So are you back? Are you in it already, or are you waiting?
No, I'm looking to enter. I'm just entered.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good.
I know it's well, I don't feel I'm chasing it. I'm just looking, a little pullback, little break over 620, and the high today was 682, and then of course you look way left, and then the high's around 10. So look at the WeBuy. Have you seen this one? WBUY.
WBUY?
Yeah, as in we buy. You're going to go, oh my God.
Wow.
First of all,
this is a young one. It's a young one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is when I like to.
And it's halted.
Yeah.
It's halted, and the potential open is 13.
What a great spot to have been. Just sitting in this one with that anchored VWAP, giving you the comfort of a small risk, of like 50 cents, and then you wake up to this one day.
Exactly.
Fantastique. Okay, my friend, are you back in the saddle?
Yeah, I'll get back. I'll take over for you. Thank you so much, Jamie, again for spelling me for the hour.
Hey, no worries. No worries.
And let me just get back. There we go. And we'll talk to you next week.
Just curious, how did you find WeBuy today?
WeBuy actually on a halt at the beginning, but earlier on, I actually have one race going, and it showed up on a race.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Well, good luck with the rest of the day, and I will see you on the flip side.
Will do. Okay, Jamie. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Guys, I'm back in both rooms. I'm in the just talking to Jamie. I'm in the MLGO around 620. Right, it's on my other it's on my other monitor, Marty. You can have it though. It's on my homepage. It's the biggest gainers from the open on my homepage. I know you guys are sitting around waiting on this we buy, which could open at 13-ish. Great call by Shady. So Marty, just go to my homepage and you'll see it there. Okay, go to the scan section and it's called Biggest Gainers from the Open. This is taking a long time. 12:35 was the halt. So we're already over, it's going to be at least a 25-minute halt. So let's see, this could be, okay, so if it's a 25-minute halt, it should open in less than a minute, but who knows when this is going to open. Well, it's a volatility halt, so it should not turn into an all-day halt. If it was a news halt, yeah, but it's a volatility halt, so it should open. However, no, it's going to be longer, guys. So it's going to be more than a 25-minute halt now. This is 25 minutes right now, so oof. Yeah, it still says it. Yeah, it says a volatility. It's not a news halt or anything like that. But so, I mean, I know you want this thing to open sooner than later. Let's see how this bid ask is moving around still. Yeah, it's still hanging around the 13 mark. You don't want to see it drifting down. Certainly not below 980. I am in Milagro, MLGO. Yes, I am. 620. So I'm a little underwater right now. Don't want to see it go below 6. I missed all that. Yeah, no need for that X. You don't have to, means nothing to you. That's fine. Means can mean something to other people. So I see now what you're talking about, Casa. I mean, there have been some, I can't remember the last one though that went this long, I have to admit. By the way, yeah, Pepe. So this maybe this is the reason why we have it at 8. Yeah, the BXMT, certainly. However, I have my alert set at the, price alert set at the alert price. Well, that absolutely popped. Haven't seen one quite like that when using 8. We'll see though. It's fun to experiment though. Okay, back. Come on, baby. Move, move, move. Yes, go, you little. I don't see people. I all the time, I all the time talk about reasons why I don't take a trade. I'm not saying that people should listen to me, but when people say, "What would you do?" So I talk all the time about why I wouldn't take a trade. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, really. I don't, and that is not to tell people don't take the trade because that's what I see. Anyway, I know I'm way away from the mic. Okay, okay, X. There's a difference between saying I don't care about this. Okay, I mean, I guess maybe it's semantics. For instance, if I said, what was that one I was looking at that it absolutely blew right through? It looked like there was a lot of resistance at a certain level, and it blew right through it. Can't remember the stock, but if I said that, okay, and Real came along and said, well, you know what, you're right. There's a lot of resistance there, but my fibs are telling me that it could go to this. That's an opinion. That's not telling me that, don't listen to Barry because he's an idiot because he's saying there's all sorts of resistance there. Therefore, you shouldn't take the trade. I mean, I think there's a big difference. If Real had said, that's it, who cares that there's all sorts of resistance in that area? That's very different from saying, I see what Barry's saying, but in my opinion, the fibs are saying that it could do this. That is what I mean, I think that is sort of a less confrontational way of stating things. How's that? Anyway, now it's halted. Now it's halted on the way down. But you guys had to have made money on this one because you're in. Shady was in I think under 7 or under 8 or around 8 something. Anyway, guys, great job, great job. Okay, guys, I've taken some off in that little pop MLGO. So that was 620 to about 642, and now I'm going to hang on and see what it could do. I mean, there's the high of the day right up here, 680. Yeah, so all I was doing on this one, just looking at these highs in the 15-minute chart, a little over 615. So I said, okay, I'll like to take this around 620. Dropped a little bit on me, but not much. Now look at that drop though. Okay, that's why I always take some off on these ones that have these pops. All right, guys, time for me to do my video. Excuse me. Okay, guys, I will do my video now. So what time is it? 111, say 112, so 122. Shouldn't be that long. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm just going to be, I'll be back in about, well, I'm still here. I have a couple of things I have to do. So give me a couple of minutes. Okay, guys. Okay, Casa. Okay, well, that got out of it, didn't do as well as on the MLGO as I wanted to. I was hoping to get into the 1150s, sorry, the 650s. So I'm out of it. I'm glad I took the profit in at 642, most of it anyway. So on to the next one. So that's the reason why BXMT had the drop. Okay. Blackstone Mortgage Trust. Is that a risk of liquidity? Okay. Well, interesting. I was looking at this Syrah earlier. I thought maybe, just maybe, it might have a one of those late day runs. I mean, it might. It hasn't given it up completely, but I was kind of hoping it would hold in the 750 mark and maybe have a late day run. Doesn't look like it's going to. 20,000 shorts now available at Interactive Brokers to short. Man, if I felt this was really, I mean, look at this. Look underneath. Look at all the room underneath. Okay, you better do a refresh, Jeffro. Yeah, my screen is not frozen. It's you. So do a refresh. I'm on Sierra right now, SERA. So just do a refresh. Should get you back to the chart you should be seeing. Give me a moment. Just to jab at you, Marius. This is what Michael Noss thinks about overbought and oversold. Just to jab at you a bit. Everybody has an opinion. No, and there's no right or wrong opinion. That's what they're not facts, they're opinions. All right. Well, I was thinking of toying with the idea of shorting this Syrah, but I was hoping it would get into the mid 70s and just hang there and start to move down, but it may not. All right. So William's going to keep the room open till at least 4:10 today. Okay. I'll be taking off probably around 3 o'clock. I'll always say later if there are questions. Interesting. So we dropped that relative volume down to 6, and they only popped up one stock so far. We'll see tomorrow, though. I'm sure we'll have a few more tomorrow at the beginning. But man, what a winner that alt was. And again, just refresh our memories here. So alt at 939, 633, basically straight up, except for one little pause there, one little pause there before it pulled back. So it went from 633 to 748. The S, I know the S did okay. 2357 was the alert. You can see the blue arrow if it ever shows up on my 15-minute chart. Come on. There it is. So not as nice as alt, but before it pulled back at all, it went from 2357 up to 2440. So not bad. The play was the one that really didn't. I can't call. I mean, it worked briefly, 4660, 4660, and it got up to 4733 or so before it pulled back. And then this one on the short side, I don't know what it's doing now, but 5383, sorry, 5385. There was the alert, and before it started moving higher, it got down to 5321, fairly orderly. Who's releasing earnings after hours, William? That could be fireworks. Well, I don't know about fireworks, but I know GME is. I don't know if GME is going to be fireworks, but a lot of people are going to be following this one, of course. Whoa! Look at the Sarah. Look at the Sarah now, guys. I just missed it. Shoot. Oh well. Well, you heard me talking about it, so maybe somebody is paying more attention to it than I did. About a 30-cent pop from where I wanted to get it so far. No. Well, when it got down to 650, it was. Must be some pretty small institutions, Marguerite. I don't know what big guys would be interested in this alt, but we've got Riley with a target of 15. B Riley with a target of $15 for this one. Alt. Ah, man, look at Sierra. He was answering an email. Expensive email. Wow, no kidding. Look at this. Yeah, you know what? I can't believe it. There were shorts available for me also. 187,000 Interactive Brokers. Starting to see Interactive Brokers having shorts now for some of these things that I don't think were shortable before. Starting to see more and more shorts becoming available. Wow. Well, that's well, you guys on the upside did well, and on the downside did well, as long as you're on the right side of doing what you're doing. Oh, lots of shorts at yeah, I was surprised. I mean, lots of shorts at Interactive Brokers. They've had fractional shares for quite a while now. Not that I guess, it helps for people who wanna buy, I don't know, Amazon, Google, some of the really expensive stocks. Keep an eye on Purple, end of day play. Okay, that's just coming from, AJ in our YouTube room. Let's take a look at Purple. PRPL. Could be. Now here's what I see. This is what I see. I see some resistance potentially right around, the one between here and 150. That's what I see. I'm not telling anybody not to take the trade. That's what I see. Wish you guys could, if you could remind me which one. There was one stock that was right, and I said when you looked left, there was a whole bunch of mess on the daily chart, and it popped right through that. It was be one of these ones. I just can't remember which one it was now. I mean, there was a when you look left on the daily chart, there was a whole, and I said, ah, man. I mean, my guess is that it's going to take a lot to get through that. It might have been like 3 weeks worth. I just can't remember the stock now, and yet it popped right through that. So there you go. I mean, that's my opinion is that it could have stalled there, but didn't. I just can't remember what the stock was. No, 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 no. It was a cheap one. Certainly under $10. Probably I want to say in the $6, $7 range, but definitely under $10. I knew that would get you, Marius. That's Michael Noss's opinion. Okay, so next Tuesday you can come and yell at him. Okay, remember this one from a couple of days ago, guys, or a couple of weeks ago? GSIW, what did it get up to? Got up to 1172. All of a sudden, it's starting to move. Not a lot of volume. The relative volume is putrid. Okay, guys, I'm kind of in cruise control right now. What time is it? 1:40. Just give me about, it says I'm on mute. I'll just put myself on mute probably for about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Here's another miss by myself. I know I wanted to look at taking a short on the Senatol right up in this area here. I just kind of lost sight of it. You know, this MLGO might get going again, guys. I'm not in it anymore, but it might get going. Has a lot of room, of course, if it can get back up to the maybe the 640s. A low float, 2.7 million in the float. I'm going to stick. I think I have some price alerts already around the 635 mark. And of course, the big deal about it is when you look left. Look at this, $10, and nobody's saying it's going to get there, but obviously a lot of room if it wants to keep running for a bit. If it can get back up to the near the highs of the day. Shady in the box short. Let's take a look. Not boxers. Box short. 24 stop. So you're in it. So 19-cent stop, 18-cent stop right now. Maybe you were in a little earlier. Yeah, I mean, there's low that right there is 23.28. It's still down for the day. Tried to, it tried. Well, no, it had no chance. No chance of getting all the way back up here. NVIDIA, haven't looked at NVIDIA for a long time now. I'll take a look at NVDL. Yeah, so you're playing a bounce, Curie. Obviously, you're trying to play a bounce on this one. Again, then, if you don't, not you, I know you know, Curie, but others that may not know, this is an ETF specifically for an, excuse me, specifically for NVIDIA. So if you wanted to go long NVIDIA, if you thought NVIDIA was going higher, but you didn't want to, spend whatever NVIDIA's price is right now, NVDA, you could go long this. And it's 1.5 times. So if NVIDIA was up 1%, this would be up 1.5% as an example. And of course, if you thought NVIDIA was going to go down and you didn't want to short the stock, you could buy this. You could buy NVDS. This is the reverse. And again, it's 1.25. So if NVIDIA was down 1%, this would be down 1.25%. Well, this would be up because remember, you're buying this thinking NVIDIA is going down. Okay. Okay. Do you do these though? Do you actually do it this way, or do you actually trade the actual stock, or do you do this? Do you do the ETFs? Okay. Any particular reason why you wouldn't do this? Use these specially designed ETFs just for NVIDIA? Just out of curiosity. So this is probably a SPAC, right? Yeah, it's a SPAC. EF Hutton Acquisition Corp. Interesting. Oh, really? Is that right? Even that one? I mean, it's an ETF, but why? Why would they care? I would have thought, I mean, ETFs are nothing is safe, but I mean, to me, they're a more safe play than buying individual stocks, right? And so anyway, that's not as wild. Huh. Okay. Yeah. So Grumpy, you were trying to troll me because it doesn't say I'm on mute. Oh, sorry. Okay, Grumpy, I take it back. I take it back. You're a scholar and a gentleman. I thought you meant my mic. I wonder why they wouldn't allow you to trade US ETFs. I mean, ETFs are certainly a lot less volatile than so they'll let you trade they'll let you trade W buy or some of these all the low floaters that can go crazy, but they won't let you trade a fairly sedate ETF. There's got to be a reason. There has to be some kind of a reason that somebody sat down and said, "We won't let Europeans trade US ETFs." Ugh, the Sarah. Well, hopefully maybe somebody took it when I was talking about it. This now looks really, I mean, the next low looking left is 503 on the 15-minute chart. Oh, I thought well, I had on mute here. My message still said on mute. I thought that's what you're referring to. I just got rid of it. Thank you, Pepe. I don't think I'm getting any anyway. Well, I would have got this one, Oma. Oh, I see. So it's a tax implication. Okay, well, maybe it depends on the country within the EU. IKNA, IKNA. Now this, okay, I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow just in case. Okay, you can see right up here. There's a high of about 195. I'm going to stick a price alert right around that area, and we'll see if tomorrow. I doubt if it's going to be today, but we'll see if tomorrow piles through that because look left. Look at all the room it's got. Now remember, all for the reason it dropped like this was actually it actually looks like it was an earnings play. Yeah, this is when it had earnings. Hmm. So anyway, earnings drove this down. There might have been some other reason. This is a bio, so it could have been data also. I was looking more for tomorrow, in case it takes out 2, just in case it can start to feel would never take this now. I'm just talking about tomorrow, if it can take this out up here, this $2 level. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, that's your reason, I guess. Thank you, Ovi. Well, late day, guys. Really late day. Um, I'm not going to do it, but W buy just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, if you can believe it, at $5. So if you're really quick, of course, I guess it just resumed. There's no way you could. This is what I'm talking about. So I actually had an alert earlier. I didn't realize that 147 to short this at 5, but it's probably halted in this area, so it would have been hard to do it. Nice little short for you, Shady, on the box. Ollie, guys. So Ollie, I think is still barely positive. This is an earnings play. OLLI, barely pot. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Oh no, it is positive, but it's at the low of the day. That's what I meant to say. So Ollie is positive, still positive. It's an earnings play, but it is at the low of the day. OLLI. Tick that I'm not in the syrup. Getting close to our bit of a no, not even close. I mean, I looked at this. I thought, okay, there's a low of the 15-minute candle way down here at 508. It doesn't look like it's going to be one of those late day bloomers. So, but I just missed my short opportunity. And it's funny because there are now 34,000 shares. So there's been some covering at Interactive Broker. There has been some covering at Interactive Brokers, of course. Now, what about Campbell's Soup here? CPB is a bit of a short op, perhaps. Below these, right at the 8 EMA. I know it's using pre-market data, but 8 EMA below the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Now, the issue would be where could it go to? I look at it and I think, well, maybe 43 will stop it, hold it. So to me, it doesn't have enough room to go down. But you know what? I mean, it looks like it's definitely weakening. Shouldn't say definitely. It looks like it is weakening. Just had a great day. Okay, this is a late one. CKPT, late in that it's the first time in the option scanner today. CKPT. Whoa, now can this get interesting on the way down? BXMT. No, no, it popped down and then it came right back up. Yeah, it's too whippy for me. I just use what the heck do I use? I think I use smart routing. Just I've never really felt that I've had a problem getting fills that I want. I don't even know where that is anymore. I know what you're talking about, the routing and all, but I don't even know. Is that adaptive? You know what? I profess total ignorance, okay? I'm looking at adaptive. Sorry, I don't think I can help you, Carrie. I mean, I'm not even sure where I know what you're talking about. I'm not about the routing and the ARCA and all that, but I haven't looked at any of that for years. I don't even know where I see it anymore. I haven't had a problem. Now, granted, I'm not, I will take things a thousand or more, and I've never really, depends on the price of the stock, of course, but I've never really noticed that I'm not getting a feel. I mean, if the stock is moving really quickly, there's nothing you can do about it, right? Well, it depends. I mean, if the stock is moving really quickly, and I'm assuming, if you're talking about 3 to 5,000 shares, you're talking about something that's relatively cheap. And so if it's a low float stock that's moving really quickly, it might be hard to get. Yeah, it might be hard to, what are you doing? You're not going in at the market. Obviously, you're trying to pick a limit order of some sort, or you're obviously not going in at the market. And some of these low floaters, I mean, I'm not taking 3 to 5,000 shares. I'll tell you that right off the bat. Okay. I mean, I'm hoping maybe to get, because I mean, they can be too wild. Like you have a tight stop or you have a stop, like a pretty wide stop. Anyway, that's just me. But it may be just because they're moving so quickly. It's like people ask all like quite a, you know what? We hardly get any calls about the AI, and it's probably because most traders don't or auto trading, and they're thinking, well, why don't I get a fill? Well, if a stock is moving really quickly, and it depends what your limit offset is, you may not get a fill on something that's moving very quickly. Now, give me an example of one, and then we'll just take a look to see, how fast was it moving, and were you probably weren't going in, you obviously were not going in at the market, otherwise you would have got a fill. But give me an example of one. Am I able to see the most shorted stocks based on my in interactive brokers? I don't know. I've never. I mean, it's possible. I've never. Pepe, you have IB. Is there a way to have a list of the most shorted stocks in IB? Just out of curiosity, or anybody with IB? It's possible. I just don't know. Never thought about it. And so, Marguerite, you're talking about a list of stocks, right? You're not talking about individual stocks, of course. You're talking about a list of stocks. You mean, yeah, you can run a scan, but Alex says you can run a scan with the fee rate and get the ones with the highest, but that's the highest fee rate, right? Not the highest number of shorts available. Yeah, so Alex, so I don't think so, Marty. Alex in our YouTube room says you can run a scan that'll show you the ones that have the highest fee rate, but that's not telling you necessarily you wanna. I don't like, how will that help anyway? I mean, is it just you're just asking out of, curiosity? I mean, how will that actually help? Apple has 409 million shares available to short as an example. How does that help? I only care about, what I'm looking at, but I out of curiosity, okay, but I don't see how that's really, unless you are trying to predict some kind of a short squeeze. Yeah. That's really diving into the weeds on it, Marty. But anyway, it appears that there is no way you can find a list of the stocks that are most shorted in terms of the actual number, not within IB anyway. Okay, guys, it is 2:15. So one last take a look at my homepage, and we have that new scan on it now. Guys, Milagro. Well, there we go. What was that movie? The Milagro Beanfield or Cornfield? Old movie. All right, so clicking on my homepage, again, this is what you're going to see right at the top. You'll have the ability to take out a subscription. You can use Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual, say you're sitting you have a monthly subscription right now and you wouldn't mind an annual, I can get you 25% off. Okay, you just have to let me know. You must do the get started before I say that. And again, as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, really, really appreciate it if you use my code. If you use my code, this really helps the room. It will help to keep this room free going forward. Okay. Getting started. If you do take out a subscription, you must do this first. 10 short videos that'll get you started. You're looking for a bit of a trading course, Trading 101, Michael Noss put this together so you can take a look at that. It's all free. Talk of the day video that I do is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. This week's trade of the week never triggered. So there was a trade of the week, but it didn't trigger. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a suggested entry and it never hit that price. Education section is here. And here are my scans. And as I said, here it is. This is the Pepe scan, abnormal option activity, plus the 10-day daily break combo. Okay. And that's what gave us. There you go, guys. MLGO. And that's what gave us these four today. So here are all the scans that I am sharing that I use in the pre-market. Gives me the gappers, up or down, halts, resumes over here, momentum. Momentum is up here. The normal option activity is right here. Okay, I have other scan. Somebody asked about my race. I do have a race on the other one of my other monitors. I'm looking at the biggest gainers from the open, mainly to see stocks that might have pulled back a bit. And also, there will be some on that race that maybe not are showing up in the momentum scan. So but I do have other scans. I am surprised actually. The earnings plays up and down are still, still got some activity. And of course, you can ask me questions all day long. If you're new to the room, again, welcome. All right. Now I'm told there is a shortable shares parameter in IB market scanner. Okay. Guys, MLGO. MLGO. Look at that pop now, guys. Just had to take that little area out here. Whoa, look at it go now. I mean, again, it's got room. No saying it's getting up to 10. Wow, that is one big wow, guys. That is one big wow. It's probably going to get halted. May got halted. I'm just looking at the bid. Now, again, be careful. China, low float. China, low float. China, low float. Not going to tell you when to take profit or anything like that, but China, low float. 55 million shares. This is your news. As postgraduate base to be established. That was your news, guys. That was this morning, trading higher in the NASDAQ on Wednesday after the company said its Chinese companies plan to sign a cooperation agreement on a postgraduate training and practice base. There's your news. Okay. And before people start squawking that, well, how can it go up like that just based on that news? Doesn't matter. 'I am so intrigued to see what's going to happen with GME when they release news after hours. So many tweets out there saying this was going to go to about $23. The calls. Anybody got those figures still? I think they were the was it were they the December 10th or something like that? Anybody got those numbers still? But this is starting to fade ahead of its earnings after hours. Okay, now here's one that's showing up late also. GTHX. GTHX. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Showed up at 118. 118 Eastern time at 232. So it is, I mean, it's moving a little bit through the 200-day moving average. Looking left, to me, I mean, 250 looks like it could block it for the GT. You too, Todd? Wow. Just patience, man. I mean, just patience. I mean, I didn't know it was going to do this, but look at the volume coming in. Okay, guys, what time is it? 2:25. I think I might put myself on mute for a bit, and if there are questions, I'll hop back on the mic, okay? Okay, so again, ask questions now, or I'll hop right back on the mic. Okay, guys, if I don't see any more questions, I think I'll just take off a little early again. Not much point my sticking around. William will keep the room open until he said 4:10, I believe. I will sneak back to see just out of curiosity to see what the GME reaction is. But again, thanks for all the help, everybody, all day long. Before I do leave, I'll put the main trading room link into YouTube. Anybody wants to head over there. Okay, don't see any questions, so thanks again for all the help all day long. I thought I put it in both rooms. Sorry. No, you don't want to go to YouTube, JC. Sorry. You don't want to go to YouTube. I'm telling the YouTube people coming over here because I'm shutting YouTube down right now. Okay. So I'm not shutting the main room down. All I'm doing is I'm just stopping my screen sharing and getting mute. Okay. So screen sharing is stopped. But again, William will keep the room open until 4:10. So no more screen sharing, and then I'm going mute. Okay, YouTubers, and now I'll shut you guys down. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time.